And now, a very special message from your NYC Mix Mag team.
Hello. Hey. Hi. Welcome to Mixed Fest. I'm Renee Castro, the TV, film, and theater section editor. And I'm Joanna Merkins, one of the co-founders and artistic director of Mixed Fest. So, a few things about this festival. Like, you're the one who put this together. So. It's just a culmination of our online magazine and a festival, sort of. And, yeah, we have a bunch of music, we have some art, we have some panels. We're about to get educated on this fine day. Yeah, I'm so excited. Yeah, and we'll have our other editors come in and out of us. Yeah, so we are New York City based. So a little bit about Mixed Mag. So we're New York City based. Half of us, or actually more than half of us, and so we're gonna have a few of us here, in this space, and check in with you and see how everyone's doing. And also we have our DC hosts as well, say things. That will be Tayo and Carolina. Carolina is the editor-in-chief and my sister. And Tayo is not my sister, but he is the poetry editor. Thank you, we'll be here all night. Yeah, we are currently crowdfunding, or do you know? Should we talk about that for a bit? I'm trying to think what you would say. On I Fund Women. So we are raising funds to, continue things and make content and put it out there, as well as compensate the incredible BIPOC. There's a bird. Yeah, there's several birds. Yeah, so we're trying to just create. We created this platform to uplift and really support other artists, because there are not many that are really just specifically for us, and so it means a lot for me, I'm sure for you too, to be able to have all of these incredible artists really come together and film at home. This world we live in, kids. So, it's a little crazy, but the world here, the world is a little crazy, but we're glad that so many artists came together to show their work, and I feel like art does help us do a lot of things, relaxing, and to just educate, and to just read a lot of things. And so we hope you enjoy. And without further ado, we're going to be introducing 777, directed by Dominique Jean, and then a performance by Ray afterwards. So we hope you enjoy. I wish I had a live studio audience. Hand to. You are the.
All right, folks, it's 5 minutes past the hour. This is 7 minutes till heaven. We got a few more songs for you, if you can dig it.
Diane, you know if I go home smelling like that shit, Anne's gonna kill me. I thought you fucking quit.
Here's Mel giving you the skinny.
My God, the fun fatales have struck again. Try to avoid I-95. Looks like there's going to be some heavy fudge traffic.
All I'm saying that shit adds up. many guys do you think you could have talked to instead of taking a smoke break every 2 goddamn seconds?
So you're a fucking doctor now. You think I'm some honeydew motherfucker? Forgive me, Sam. But not everyone has the luxury of being inside the same pussy every night, do they? I got an idea. Why don't you just shut the fuck up? Can you do that?
He's gotta play this job record on 7 minutes till heaven.
Department, come out now!
You've been swept by his deft, slippery hand. He dropped at his side. You've been trapped. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lee. I am a Nigerian non-binary singer-songwriter living in Brooklyn, New York. My Instagram handle is @dulce_day_le. Lee. You can find my music on Spotify and other streaming platforms, and I have recently released an EP called Inner Child's View, which the next song I will be doing is Good Samaritan, the opening song. Enjoy! Through all the times given, we wasted all away. We never tried to appreciate. Run around circles, where do I go? It's not a phase now, I am stuck in this phase. How do I see, how do I run away? Find me a shelter where I could stay. I need a break from all the pain. 'Cause I'm human, we all need that. It's never one lost, everyone has a soul. 'Cause I'm human, let me wait. Hopefully there's a good Samaritan coming my is False Paradise. It's actually a song that I'm working on for the upcoming EP. I hope you enjoy. Let's go. This song has no title. It is a song that I wrote. I wanted to share it for all of us who are in quarantine. Enjoy. I miss you every day. I think about it always. I feel your heart in mine. I think about it all the time. Your smile's like sun rays. I don't ever wanna be in the shade. Give me your smile. I'll run 1,000 miles. I'll run 1,000 miles just to see you smile again. Oh, I will run. I'll run 1,000 So I have some time left and decided to add one more song from my first EP, the one that's out, Inner Child's View, and it's called Sorry. Enjoy. It's a Saturday, seeming quite blue, and never knew that we would start again, always seeming like it would end. We're always going out like this, and never knew we could ever spend lighting up like a fuse, running in circles, a merry-go-round, both so relentless, and we could run out of time, searching for the right time. Why do we never stop this? Oh, such a big ego. It can't be my fault though, but I hold on. I stay strong, never seeming too much blood. Don't you know I'm sorry? I am. Don't you know I am? It's not my fault, but it's always gonna go on, go on. Thank you so much for listening and taking the time to enjoy my set. Catch me on the new upcoming EP. If you want to know my updates on music and everything that I do, follow me on Instagram, request me. Bye. Magic coming my way. Why do we never stop this fog?
Hey guys! Welcome back. Welcome back. It's me, and Joanna. You missed us, didn't you? Yeah. We heard there was a little bit of a low res problem. Well, it's fixed now. I love technology. What's your favorite thing about technology, Maya? None of it. None of it's my favorite. I want to live underneath a rock. That's my dream. That's nice. Nice again to see. Architectural Digest, welcome to my rock. Yeah, so welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that. So, a few fun facts. Lay, the incredible singer you just heard, was in issue 1 of Mix Mag. In case you don't know what that is, welcome. Welcome to Mix Fest. Yeah, welcome to Mix Fest. Mixed Fest, not Mix Mag, you know what I mean. Too many words. So next up, get my very sunny. It's very sunny and warm, and I thought it'd be colder. Summer's over. This is our end of summer event. So yeah. Well, actually, it is the beginning of the fall, so you're fine. It wasn't like it's no biggie. Okay, no biggie, guys. I thought I was gonna have to wear a jacket. I wore some. So next up is an incredible poet, playwright, actor who I went to high school with and care about very deeply. Jay. He is incredibly talented, and I'm so glad that we could be a part of this festival. I don't even know what else to say other than like please enjoy. Yeah, and then after Jay, I think is Tara, right? Can't read. Jay after Jay is we're going to DC. Oh, we are transporting to DC after. So enjoy. Yeah. Stay tuned and stick around for some wacky antics. It's my favorite type of antics.
This is Zion in Fetal Position by Jacquel Mazyck. And so Zion watched as she shook her ass on the dance floor. Thick in both cheeks, skin looking like blue glass. She held the attention of even those whose eyelids were calmly being closed by cups of Ciroc and Hypnotic. Her friends clapping like proud parents, screaming, "Go Lyric, go Lyric, ay, 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 ay." And although the bass is bumping in the club, it is nothing compared to the event happening in Zion's heart. See, Zion, like most men, always let his lower half lead him in his endeavors. But tonight, it was his chest that made the attraction. Maybe it was her smile, as she gave no fucks and did only what her own body wanted her to do. Maybe it was her hair, oiled and kept, showing evidence of care and carefulness. Or maybe he was just fucked up. And all reason left the room. So of course he led with love that night, because the man inside of him, the man that always told him to hide in the face of danger, was on lunch. And so the human in him had to fill in. And that's what made Zion walk his bow-legged ass over to the dancing queen at the Club 164 on Herkimer and Gates. Zion slipped right behind Lyric just as the song changed. He slowed down his waist to match hers. And after receiving a nod of consent from not only Lyric, but her friends as well, their bodies touched, moving fluidly like one wave, one current. She felt what she needed, but he felt so much more. He felt warmth unlike anything he's ever known. When she held the back of his head, he felt the comfort his parents couldn't afford to give him. An embrace he thought he was responsible for, but wasn't worthy to receive. Zion did receive something during that night on Herkimer and Gates, and it wasn't an erection. It wasn't affirmation. It was care. Something he never thought to ask for, but always needed. Lyric was mom, dad, sister, friend, and God herself, all wrapped in one. And to hold all of that, to be held by all of that, made Zion cry right behind Lyric's shoulder. Although no one saw the tear, Zion could feel it falling, and that was enough. He separated himself from God/mom/sis/friend. He separated himself from Lyric, stumbled to the bar, paid his tab, and made sure to tell the bartender to keep the change. He wanted no piece of this night to follow him, no reminders. He had his friend order his Uber because his fingers danced too freely on the screen. Now Zion was home. And once he unbuttoned his shirt, which now looking back, he felt was too formal for Club 164, he laid, curled up on one side like always. He held the back of his head and pretended his hands were Lyric's. And he didn't cry, but smiled as he grieved for what he didn't have, as he mourned the love he was too scared to ask for. The man inside of him had clocked back in and shooed the feelings away. And that's how Zion slept that night. Not as a lover, but as a man.
Hey guys, welcome again to MixFest, a digital summer. I am Tayo Omishore, the poetry editor here at Mix Mag, and we're so happy that you guys are kicking it with us today as we look at all these acts from music, poetry, films, politics. We hope that you guys enjoy it. Our first DC music act is Soul. It goes by the name of Soul. She's a super talented R&B neo-soul act who often uses loopers and poignant lyrics to honestly just put you in your feels like in that 90s R&B Saturday morning vibe, with also like a dash of Ari Lennox. I don't even want to give too much of it away. We just hope you guys enjoy it as much as we did filming it. So enjoy the show.
Hi y'all, my name is Sollikesol, but most people call me Soul. I'm a singer-songwriter, and today I'll be performing a couple of songs in loops for y'all, so I hope you like it. This first song is called Lighthouse. It's on my first debut EP. Whatever. Can we start over? I was like, I don't know what to say.
He's keeping it running, so I'm keeping it running. Yeah.
Okay. I can just start over?
Yeah. Take two.
Hi y'all, my name is Sollikesol. I am a singer-songwriter from Kenya, but I was raised in the DMV, so I rep the DMV super hard. I'm gonna perform a couple of songs on my loop pedal for y'all today, and I hope you like it. This first song is called Lighthouse. It's off of my debut EP release, and I hope you like it. Do da 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 ooh da 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 do da 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 ooh da 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 do da 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 da. You see my light, da 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 da. You see my light, da. You see my fire, da da da, and all that is worth. You see my resistance, da da da. You try to break it down. You try to stop my God. Da 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 da. Wasn't yours, big enough. Didn't I make it feel big enough? Was what I gave you just not enough? Was all of me just not enough? All you do is take, da 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 da, take, da da da, got nothing left. Da da da, got nothing left. Da 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 da, all you do is take, da da da, take, da da da, got nothing left. Da da da, got nothing left. Da 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 da. Oh, I give ain't never gonna be enough. Oh, I give ain't never gonna be enough. Yeah. Oh, I give ain't never gonna be enough. Oh, I give ain't never gonna be enough. Yeah. Ooh, da 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 da. Do da 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 da. Ooh, da 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 da. Do da 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 da. Ooh. Alright, this next song is called Solace. It's also on release. And I wrote this song just to kind of explain and talk about all of the different ways that maybe your friends may ask support or ask to show up for them without like explicitly being like you know, right now. Ba 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 ba. 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 Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. Ba 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 ba. Do do da. do da ba 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 do do da ba 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 do do da ba. Sometimes things ain't always what they seem. My smile on my face don't mean that joy is what I feel. I wear a mask for sharing emotions. Ain't always a simple time. Cause y'all don't always listen. You don't notice the pain till my eyes glisten. So now I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve, asking for you to be here with me and help me heal. So I need your support, your food, laugh loud and play with God. I need your support, come out, have fun and stay with me. I need your support, your food, laugh loud and pray with God. I need your support, dance hard, drive fast away with God. I need your support, support, support. I need your support, support, support. I need your support. I need your support. I need your support, support, support. Ba 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 ba. Do da ba 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 ba. Do da ba 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 ba. Do da ba 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 ba. And that's Solace. It's hot. What's next on my track list? This next song is a cover of Redemption Song by Bob Marley. And it's just a song that I like to sing and go to, especially in times like where we are in now, just to remind myself to keep going and to keep fighting. So if y'all are at home and you know the words to the song, feel free to sing along. I can feel your energy, wherever you are. So I hope you like it. So died to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pits. But my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. So won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, these songs of freedom, redemption songs. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, when none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it, but we've got to fulfill the book. So won't you help to sing another song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, This next song is a cover of one of my favorite songs by Ari Lennox. It's called Pop. It's on Shea Butter Baby. So go stream that. Support the girl. A DMV shorty. Smoking on this straw. You don't care. You don't judge me, you love me, that's why I keep you near. If I pop this pussy for you tonight, will you promise, baby, won't you make a promise that you make me your wife? Adventure time is what we got on. So back that thing if you really want some. Hey. We kicking about politics and the alchemist in your crib, smoking on Joe. Baby, you know I like it slow and deep. Ay. Pop this pussy for you tonight. Will you promise, baby, won't you make a promise that you make me your wife? If you really love me, I'll fuck you good, fuck you good, fuck you good. Treat you how you should. And I'll baby you love, and I'll baby you love. And that's why I love you. For my last song, I'm gonna give y'all a sneak peek of my next single. It's called Love or Lust, and I'm gonna do it a cappella, and I hope y'all like it. Go slow, baby, you already know that's my spot. So baby, please don't stop. I wanna get closer than we've been before. Get deep inside my eye. We can take our time, 'cause we got all night to get it right and find out what we like. Ain't no need to fake it, so if you don't like it, just say no. If I don't get the green light, I won't go. Do you hear what I'm saying? I know you think I'm playing, but I promise that this ain't no joke. Promise this ain't no joke. Said I want all the smoke, 'cause I wanna know, do you believe in love? Are you a slave to love? How do I can you trust you to open up? Do you believe in love? You a slave to lust? I do again, just need you to open up. Ain't no need to fake it, so if you don't like it, just say no. Get the green light, I won't go. Do you hear what I'm saying? I know you think I'm playing, but I promise that this ain't no joke. Promise this ain't no joke, 'cause I want the smoke. Yes, 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 yes. That's it. That's my set. Thank you so much to Mixed Media, Mixed Mag for thank you so much to Mixed Mag for having me. Shout out to Knyves Escobar and her band for putting on a lovely set as well. Follow me at Sollikesol, SOLLIKESOUL on all social media platforms, and you can find my music under Sollikesol as well. So thanks. Hope you enjoyed my set.
And that's right.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I'll be reading a short story called NYC Uppercut. Nandini has been fucking Colin for the last 8 weeks, and shit is starting to get sweet. Sweet as in he lets her sleep at his multi-story loft and takes her to triple-digit brunches at Gallow Green on Saturdays. Who knew there was a jungle rainforest on top of an abandoned hotel in Chelsea? Certainly not Nandini. Colin is gangly, and he's a nerd at heart, but money and the loft make up for his lack of shoulders. He has a deep voice, but it cracks often, and he hides a lisp. Every time his voice cracks, Nandini realizes this is just a 25-year-old boy playing house. 3 stories and 6 bedrooms, but the only furniture in the whole place is a bed and a couch. There are expensive skin and wash products in the bathroom. The packaging is well designed, swank even. Colin only ever drinks water out of sealed glass bottles, and he wears shoes on the couch. Nandini is learning a lot about rich people things from Colin. Or maybe this is just white culture. In any case, she has no right to pass judgment on Colin. She is doing all the things she wanted to in the fast lane in NYC because of the skinny man with money that comes from something somewhere. He has mentioned venture money a few times and seems to work pretty hard, but she doesn't care to know more. When Colin starts talking about his work, Nandini dreams of all the shows and films she will make once she's a famous director. She'll make films about females who got through abuse, triumph, and family drama, and she'll only hire women of color, and only dark-skinned women of color at that. Colin is the key to her dreams. Nandini's office job pays the rent, but it's not getting her where she needs to be, on the pulse of the creative scene. Colin takes her to all the coolest city spots and always seems to know everyone everywhere. She lets him guide their days and nights. Nandini knows little brown girls don't get to make their dreams happen. They have to make a white guy think it was his dream. 3rd grade was the year Nandini fell in love with television. The school news team picked her as the anchor, and she read the daily headlines over the monitors. Kids made fun of her, but she never noticed. She was proud of her work and loved the feeling of the mic wet under her lips. This one will be in Hollywood, her mom used to tell the other Daisies in their town. But Nandini could never tell if her mom was being sarcastic. The Daisies would bob their heads side to side in response, just to be polite. Nandini and Colin lay in bed on their sides, checking their notifications before they get up. The apartment is freezing from the AC, but it's nearly 90 degrees outside. Colin asks Nandini what she wants to do today, so she puts on a pair of puppy eyes and says, "I want to go to a pool." Immediately, Colin agrees, and Nandini wishes she cared about him. If she can't fall in love with him in the summertime, she knows she never will. Lit. Let's go to the Jimmy. It's fun. Colin says, stroking the side of her thigh. He is a sweet, sweet boy. Honored Nandini even breathes in his vicinity. He catches himself wondering what he did to deserve this bronzed goddess, who always smells like rose water and baby powder. As they walk to Soho, Nandini eats up every moment of NYC street fashion and wonders how the women here do it so effortlessly. Where she grew up in Northern California, the women are uninventive. Their imagination starts and ends at tie-dye sweatshirts and Uggs. Today, Nandini wears the same thing that she's been wearing since high school. A long floral print maxi dress and sandals with a single strap running up through the big toe. In NYC, no one ever asks her where she gets her dresses. Nandini has massive eyes. She's tall, taller than Colin, and she has thick thighs and squishy arms. Her boobs hurt as they bounce around on the walk, only supported by a tiny black bikini under her dress. Colin's hand feels bony in hers, so she lets go and dabs at the sweat under her curly bang. Once they arrive at the Jimmy, a man in an all-white service uniform ushers them to the elevator and they go up to the rooftop. The pool is the same size as a California household pool. Colin's translucent skin almost blinds Nandini. Shit, I need sunscreen, Colin says, squinting to Nandini. I need a drink, she responds, noting down another tenet of white culture. Always bring sunscreen. It's time to get wet and wasted. She gets in the water, leaning against the pool wall with her drink on the ledge. The sun buzzes overhead, and Nandini examines the scene like she's behind an invisible wall in a focus group. New York women are way too fresh. Every woman looks uniquely fly, and Nandini wonders why she hasn't reached this level of aesthetic yet. Although each woman is unique, there are some rules they all seem to follow. No one wears dresses or skirts as cover-ups. There are no tight pants in sight, just loose ones. There are no flip-flops and no high heels. Some of the women even have sneakers at the pool. No one smokes cigarettes. There are a lot of beautiful brown-skinned baddies around. The white women hike up their bikini bottom straps to create the illusion of fat assery. No one is over a size 4, but no one looks emaciated. Maybe it's the big pants that make the women look smaller in comparison. None of the women have big boobs. Nandini looks down at her own big boobs and wonders when they went out of fashion. To her right, there's a light-skinned sex kitten with 3 thin gold chains on her waist and a big ponytail of wavy thick hair at the top of her head, a few streaks bleached by the sun, or a very, very good colorist. She's in a white bandeau with thick white straps on the ends and a matching white thong. Next to her is an olive-toned woman with a middle part and hair slicked into a low bun. This woman wears sunglasses with light blue lenses and thin white frames, and a pale blue bikini. The chain on her neck has tiny diamond butterflies placed half an inch apart. Every man who walks by a big hair sex kitten stares at her, for a brief moment wondering what it'd be like to be inside of her. She must be an influencer, Nandini thinks. Nandini turns to the wall to put her drink on the ledge and wade into the water. As she turns, light blue lenses lady says, "Hi, I'm Anush. What's your name?" Nandini stares dead into Anush's eyes, terrified. "Hi, I'm Nandini." "I love that name. This is Elisa," Anush says, gesturing to big hair kitten next to her, who smiles at Nandini. Anush's voice is sweet and happy like watermelon juice. "I love your necklace. It's Ganesh, right?" Elisa asks, nodding towards Nandini's gold chain. "Are you from the city?" "No, I'm from California." "Oh shit, where? I used to live in Oakland," Anush says. "Yeah, I'm actually from near there, Fremont. What do you guys do?" Nandini asks. Anush loses some of the enthusiasm in her face, and Nandini immediately regrets asking the question. Elisa chimes in. "I'm a PA, and I paint." Anush is a data analyst and a DJ. "Oh, that's so cool. I really want to make films, too. I'm trying to get PA jobs, actually." "Oh, no, I'm not a production assistant. I'm a physician assistant," Elisa responds with a kind smile. "Oh, my bad." "You're fine," Elisa says, squeezing Nandini's arm. "Oh, wait, don't we know that one girl who's a PA?" Elisa taps her chin as she tries to recall. "I forget her name, but yeah, she's like OD into it. She's on student films like every other week, and a stagehand for plays, and then does stuff on the side with indie producers. Anyway, I'm sure you're already in that whole hustle. It's so impressive." "Yeah." Nandini rubs her lips together before taking a sip of her drink. She can't imagine telling anyone she worked for student films and random Brooklyn hipsters for years and years just to potentially never make it. Fuck that. Anush jumps back into the conversation. "I started this organization last year. It's called Lime Riot. We are an organization who want to promote justice among underrepresented women in NYC, and we do a lot of fun activities around wellness and spirituality, too. I'll add you." "Oh my god, that sounds amazing," Nandini responds, intrigued. Nandini gives Anush her email address, and they all exchange Instagrams. Nandini goes through their pages and realizes a lot of the cool NYC filmmakers follow them. The women leave, and Nandini gets out of the pool to go back to Colin's table. She has no use for him now. She's climbed the next rung of the ladder toward her goals. But ending it with Colin is next week's work. She holds his small bicep and smiles at him because she read somewhere that men feel strong when you hold their bicep. They bake in the sun for a few more hours before heading back to Colin's loft. A few days later, Nandini gets an email from Lime Riot about an upcoming event, a boxing class. The class will be taught by professional female boxers who are also victims of domestic abuse. Nandini goes to her closet to pick out what she'll wear, excited about her imminent ascendance into the Fly Girls Club of NYC. Over at Reese Beach, on the other side of Brooklyn, Gina sells margaritas in bottle-shaped pouches. She brings them all the way from her apartment in a cooler. Any day she doesn't book an audition, she makes it to the beach to work. She used to sell Xanax and Oxy too, but her Xanax guy once gave her roofies and she accidentally roofied 100 beach gays on a single Saturday afternoon. Everyone survived, but Gina had to pivot her business to liquor only. Gina is tiny, but she drags her massive cooler around the beach like it's air. She wears a loose cut-off tee and her brother's basketball shorts, which makes her look even shorter. By the end of weekends, her money is literally longer than her. Her skin gets a little browner week by week, and someday it'll be wrinkled like her abuela's. Every day at the beach, she checks her phone right in front of the graffiti that says, "Swim Donut," on an abandoned building. The dilapidated building looks like a torture facility, but the beach gays still use it as a background for fruity IG pics. Gina checks her phone for auditions on the online database, messages from agents or responses from auditions. Although today is a weekday, Gina makes a fat wad of cash off anorexic gays on shrooms. Each margarita pouch is transparent pink, and she puts a white smiley face sticker on each one that says, "Gina's Margaritas," inside the lips. Her recipe: 1/4 cup tequila, 1/4 cup red Kool-Aid, 1 squirt strawberry syrup, 4 dried strawberries, 1/2 cup pink lemonade, 1/4 cup water. She has an Instagram account for her margarita business, but no one follows it. One time she met a girl who DM'd her on it, and Gina had sex with her in the abandoned building after selling her day's worth of margaritas. Gina wished she'd saved 2 of them for them to drink after, but business comes before pussy these days. Back at Swim Donut, Gina checks her phone. She got a call back for the character Leslie in a play entitled Purple Ferns, created by one of Brooklyn's most acclaimed directors. Gina scrolls through the script to see what she'll be reading. It's a conversation between Leslie and her friend Blake about whether men who can't spell are better at sex than their literate counterparts. She practices reading the lines all night and wakes up fresh the next day to head to the callback in Bushwick. She walks into the audition room and stands in front of 3 women at a table, with the famous director nowhere in the room. Gina had only ever seen pictures of him on the back of theater pamphlets, and she wishes he were here. But she was honored to be auditioning for his production nonetheless. The woman on one end of the table hands Gina a script, but it looks different than the one Gina read in the email. She pauses to read it. It's the same dialogue, but it has a paragraph description of Leslie before the dialogue. Leslie is a young, spunky black woman who serial dates men. She lives on a publisher's salary, so she's always finding odds and ends with which to decorate her apartment. Her father died last year, but she has a sense of humor about it. She's currently dating 4 different men and goes to her friend Blake for advice. Gina gulps as she reads the first line and opens her mouth to the casting directors to say, "I appreciate your consideration for this role, but I'm not black." The director stares blankly at Gina. Gina stares back, defiant. The director stares back. Gina stares back. The director stares back. Finally, the director, without changing her face, says, "Alrighty then, you can start reading now." Gina puts the script on the table silently and walks out. As she walks out, she wishes she'd held the woman by the sides of her head and screamed about how this audition was stupid and irresponsible. But that would kill Gina's career. Every casting director knows, hates, and has sex with every other casting director in this city. Gina shudders at the thought of some director telling another director never to cast Gina Roderick over a mediocre blowjob. She checks her audition database app and applies to 10 more productions. Next week is another week. She goes to the kitchen and begins to make tomorrow's round of Gina's margaritas. After pouring herself a cup of tequila feet pink lemonade, she preps. There are a million messages in her best friend group chat, a text from a girl she met on Tinder, and a text in her Lime Riot group chat. Ooh, an event this weekend. Boxing with pro-female boxers. It could feel good to punch out her angst from the audition. On Saturday morning, Gina checks her email. She got rejected from 2 other auditions from last week, but a callback for a production of Fefu and Her Friends, a classic. She has been waiting for a theater in NYC to produce this play, and this could be her moment. A play about lady lovers with extrasensory perception? Yes, please. Before the boxing event, Gina smokes down half a joint and ashes it in her basil plant as she goes. It's good for the soil, her roommate says. She puts on a muscle tee with basketball shorts and laces up her filthy Converse. At the boxing session, she greets Anush with a tight hug. One of the pro boxers helps Gina tape up her wrists and find the right pair of gloves. Gina can barely keep her mind from wandering. She dreams of big spooning this lady boxer and rubbing warm oil on her legs. What a divine being, she thinks to herself. Before the session starts, the Lime rioters form a circle around the boxer. She thanks everyone for coming and reminds them why they are all here today, to raise awareness for domestic abuse victims in NYC. The boxer was physically abused by her boyfriend and her trainer and almost died fighting both. Then she talks about how she rose up from that trauma by putting her energies into fighting professionally and ends with an enumeration of all the titles she won since then. You can do anything you put your fight into, she tells the women. Gina nods, yells, and claps. Everyone breaks off in twos, and Gina looks around for a sparring partner. Her eyes meet another woman's, and they bump fists over gloves. I'm Nandini. Gina. Jab, jab, cross, jab, jab, cross, jab, cross, pop, pop, bang, jab, cross. Gina and Nandini hop around. Nandini has never boxed before, and her weak arms fall back every time Gina punches her hands. Gina eases up. After the first exercise, the pro boxers explain how to duck a punch, and the women practice slowly. Gina and Nandini come back together to practice ducking each other's punches. They move slowly, practicing form while the pro boxers adjust their motions. They yell at the women to move faster and faster to the beat of the song playing in the gym. Nandini examines Gina. She wonders how Gina is so small, but her muscles are so big. She wants to know if she's a lesbian or not. Gina has short hair and wears baggy clothes, but all the girls wear baggy clothes now. So does that mean she's straight? Does pussy taste weird? Does it feel like shark fin? What do you do if there's like shit in it? She looks gay, but she might not be. Gina concentrates her focus. She's here to get her sweat on and maybe impress this stallion pro boxer. Jab, jab, cross, duck. Jab, jab, cross, duck. Gina gets a good rhythm going and feels Nandini's hands strengthen up, so she jabs harder and bounces on beat. Nandini's mind reels, trying to keep up with Gina. She wonders how the fuck this tiny lesbian punches so hard. Is this lesbian into her? Pussy probably tastes like glue. Why would this girl wear such big shorts when she has such nice legs? Is it because she's gay or smack? Technical knockout. Gina and the pro boxers stand over Nandini. Oh my god, I didn't realize, I didn't think I was swinging that hard. I really didn't mean to, Gina repeats. Nandini blinks her eyes like she has honey for eyeshadow. Her mind goes blank and then pops back to somewhere near reality as thoughts run a relay through her mind. She doesn't have any friends. She hasn't booked a single PA job. No one loves her here. She will run out of money. Colin is an idiot who she hates. Maybe she needs to leave New York City. The boxers sit with Nandini for a while as she comes to, and then Nandini leaves the gym. At the end of her lease cycle, Nandini ghosts Colin, unsubscribes from Lime Riot, and moves back home. Her mom picks her up from SFO airport and says, Beta, I knew you couldn't do it. You're not like these Americans. They are so savvy and hardworking.
Sound's not on. Okay, now the sound's on.
Yay, yes!
Hi! Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thanks for coming back.
This
It's
is me.
Kimber.
I'm Kimber. I'm one of the co-founders of Mix Mag and our director of operations here.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to have you all today on this beautiful Saturday. I
Welcome
feel
to
like
Kimber's
I don't
backyard.
like watching my body right now, but that's fine.
Says the actor.
Says the actor. Yes, welcome to my backyard. Welcome to the Mix Mag Fest. This is really dope. Maya and Joanna have done an incredible job. And yes, ladies, shake hands.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Baguettes. Oui, baguettes. Oui, baguette. We're back with this. We are back.
So let's stay on track, guys. So just a few things. Some housekeeping? Is that what it is? Subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's easy. You can do
I've
it
always wanted to say
below.
that.
Comment, subscribe.
Oh.
I don't have anything to show.
Yeah.
Do that. That'd be so nice. And also, if you miss something out of this fest and you want to see it, we will be putting all of the videos that all of our incredible artists have given us, and we will be putting them on our YouTube channel soon. So if you're thinking, damn, I can't stop thinking about that one singer, and it's all what do I do? Go to Mix Mag. What do I do?
Go to our channel.
So yeah, that's that. Second thing, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, go to our website. Our next issue is coming out October 10th, and submissions are still open.
Submissions are
So,
still open.
if you'd like to submit, which you should, because why not? You know, we're a nice group of people. Nice
Look
group
at
of
this.
gals.
Look at these gals.
Submissions are always open, and please send your art our way. It is a privilege and
But not
an
just
honor.
art.
Well, that brings us to our next point.
Yeah.
Which is our panel. Actually, that's
Oh.
not true. Our next
Next
point
point.
is we have our crowdfunding.
Oh, yes,
I'm
we
gonna
do.
let you
I
talk
would
about
love
that.
to talk about that one. So we have our crowdfunding campaign. We are currently raising money to help this small company grow into something bigger than life. We want to obviously continue doing events like this. Obviously, we want to continue creating, ensuring that there's a platform online for creatives of color, especially those that identify with multi-ethnic and multicultural identities. And we, of course, have a lovely staff that's been working around the clock for free. We would love to pay them, and we think that we would love to expand our staff, and we would love to bring you guys some more content, some really fun content that will be on its way, hopefully in the next month or so. In order to do all those things, it requires a bit of cash money. So we are currently crowdfunding on I Fund Women, which is a crowdfunding site dedicated to female-led startups. They are an incredible company, and they have helped us so much in the past few weeks. So our crowdfunding campaign is up. We're currently raising $20,000. We are at an astounding goal of almost $4,000 already, which is really impressive.
I know that I fund women. Do you fund women?
I definitely fund women.
Do you fund women?
I definitely fund women. No, I definitely fund women.
But why?
Definitely,
Why should we fund women?
Because women rule the world.
Oh yeah,
and black women rule the world.
And deserve a lot of respect and love.
Yeah, something like that. So, with that being said, if you are interested in donating to our crowdfunding campaign, we do have a lot of prizes, a lot of merch. We have
But
a lot
also
of merch
a lot
that
of
you can get to
intellectually
donate,
stimulating things. You can get for 30 minutes you can do a
you can do a French lesson.
Oui, oui, baguette. Literally, I need to learn something more than oui, oui, baguette. So maybe
it's time that you donate some money.
You can get some sessions, Carolina's doing a writing session or editor-in-chief, an acting session.
And you were also doing a session.
So many sessions.
A
writing session, some photography sessions. You just get pictures. Yeah, that's good though. But still, fun.
Well,
on that note,
why
don't you introduce the next little thing we got going on?
Yeah.
Okay, so our next thing is our politics panel, which I got to moderate, and the two people who are on it. So sorry, I had something in my throat.
Sorry.
That was anyway.
On live TV, Maya. It's a politics panel.
Yes, and what we discussed in our politics panel is sex work during COVID, and
it's actually our health, sex, wellness panel.
Yes, health, sex, and wellness panel. Thank you, Joanna. Sex work during COVID, and I got to talk to the lovely Selena and JC, and it's really great. It's just to let you all know, it is an hour long, and JC kind of jumps in 10 minutes into the panel because we didn't know if she was going to show up or not. But really great stuff, and I hope you guys enjoy. Yeah.
Yes. I don't think so. Let's just get this started. I'm excited to watch this panel.
I'm excited
Woo!
to
Woohoo!
I'm Mayah Renee Castro, and I'll be leading this discussion. Just go ahead and state your stage name and what you do.
So my stage name is Selena. I am a stripper primarily, which is a little difficult because now all the clubs are closed, at least in New York. But that is mainly what I do.
Cool. How did you get started in stripping? Tell us
Well, I definitely needed extra money for school. I'm finishing up my undergrad, actually. So I thought that was the most viable way for me to begin. And also it just it was quick money, and it helped me in a time that I really needed a lot of help. And then I just continued because the schedule was very flexible for my personal schedule, which it has been a little difficult lately.
How was stripping before COVID hit?
It was, I mean, I guess like the regular thing. There was nothing, no changes like lately. So what happened with me personally is that I actually took off a week before, I guess, everything started closing, because I had a trip planned, and while I was away, everything started to shut down. So I was not working when the whole transition thing was going on, but I do know from my fellow coworkers that it was a period of everyone thinking that we were going to return within like a few weeks or so, but we had no idea what was actually going to happen.
And when COVID started to hit, what were some of the fears that you had for your like employment, honestly?
Well, that is my my primary source of employment. I also do help out my family. My family depends on this income, so I was very concerned, even while I was away, of what was going to happen, especially when it started to turn into a very like there's no telling when we're going to return to work. I think that which is why I'm sure this is probably going to be one of your follow-up questions, but it's like one of the reasons why other people or like all of us started to like kind of like try to find other ways of making income. Like OnlyFans is really big right now, and the reason for that is because so many clubs are closed. OnlyFans was a thing before, but I mean, personally, it did not get so big until COVID happened.
Yeah, I work as a nanny, and most of my payment doesn't get recorded tax-wise. So I don't know, that's something I want to admit on this, but I was also kind of scared in the sense that like this is not the type of job I can ask for like time off or like sick leave or like, you know, it's a different type of way to go about asking to get paid still and to support yourself. And even though our jobs are very different, I had a feeling that was it kind of the same way for you? Like, is that something like, I don't know, like, is there like a union? Like, what is the situation for that, I guess?
Of course, I totally, that was one of the first things that I thought about when all of this was going down, because there was no safety net for me. I mean, I also do not fill out taxes for this, but I could as a private contractor, which is what a lot of people do. I personally do not, because I am in school and it benefits me not to do that. But I was very lucky that the club where I work actually made a Venmo account for all the girls, and customers who wanted to help out would send money, and then they split all of that evenly among all the girls in the club. And I don't really know if any other places did anything like this. This was like definitely very helpful. It was a very, very good thing for them to do. So I was lucky for that. It was definitely like a lot more money than I thought. I was very surprised by the amount of money that I received. But, you know, even then it definitely was not the equivalent of like a paid leave or anything else that you would get from other jobs. So in terms of like, is there any equivalent union position for sex workers? So in places like New York, it's really hard. to like come up with comprehensive systems for something like that. And the pandemic, I think, really put into perspective the need for certain things like this, that there is no sufficient protection for sex workers. There is no safety net, and the aids that there are available to our community are organized by our community itself, and they exist outside of the actual like economic system, say, of the state, you know. And then even federally, like, it's a little different, but it's like even harder to conceive of something like that in those terms, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you see that changing? Like, is that slowly starting to change? Like, do you think that there's a movement happening right now for sex workers?
I think that I don't see it changing yet. I mean, on a state level, I really don't, because of, you know, like the brutal policing that we still have to deal with. But, and you know, the censorship, even things like on social media.
Yeah.
But I definitely do see the possibility of change. I think even if you look at like historical patterns, something that I've always noticed is that the more people push something and like the more they really like shove it in everyone else's face, like the more viable change eventually is. And I don't want to disregard or look over all of the efforts that a lot of that our community is like having towards like bringing about these reforms and these changes, because they are definitely happening. But they have not, they don't register yet. But I think that eventually they will. I mean, they have to, if people actually like work hard enough. And the reason I think that is because people are starting to see more and more and like recognize this line of work as, even if it's not something that, for a lot of people, sex work is not work. Mm-hmm. But even if they do see it even happening, there is a possibility that there may be some shift. Like, even if in like older mindsets there is not, in like the younger ones there is. Like, I know for a fact, like I was brought up Catholic, extremely religious, extremely like conservative, and I was brought up in South America, so it was even worse. And now like the possibility for like changes in mentality in like someone like me, for example, you know, these things are definitely there. Like, I have aunts, I have family members who have been sex workers throughout their lives, and no one talks about it. And they don't know that I do what I do, but I definitely do see a change in the way that they were treated when they were younger, and the way that I am being treated now. It's like the community is broader in a sense.
Is it more so like a communal change, or like personal belief changing that's happening right now?
I think that it's a communal change.
Okay.
I think that we're still we're still pretty far from individual changes. What would need to happen in order for these things to like get put on legislation and such, it is there, but sometimes, you know, the people that I'm personally surrounded with are all very accepting of like many things, and they are very progressive people. So I forget sometimes when I go into different spheres that people generally don't think like that, or that they are not accepting, or that they bash sex work or other lines of work, not in like the regular, you know, I guess like ideology that's like accepted by people. But so for that reason, I say like it's not really a personal change yet. Mm-hmm. But I do see the possibility that it will be, and I really hope I'm right about that.
So the other person who's supposed to be on this panel just joined us right now, which is really exciting.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I don't know if you want to like introduce yourself and what you do. in sex work.
We didn't have problems.
What?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, I wasn't sure if anybody could hear me.
I can hear you now.
Okay. What's up, guys?
Okay.
How's it going?
Great. I'm glad you were able to join us. If you just want to go ahead and state your stage name and what you do.
Well, right now my stage name is JC, and I used to dance at a topless bar. And right now I'm just doing some OnlyFans work. And that's all I've really ever done is some camming before I used to dance, and yeah.
Cool. We were kind of discussing what, sex work was like before COVID hit and what some of the fears you had once COVID started to hit, because honestly, something I've thought about a lot is the change of the environment of sex work, honestly, because if it's a pandemic and we can't really be super close to each other or touching, and that's mainly that's mainly what happens. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I honestly, it all happened so suddenly. I didn't really have time to react, really. I just had to stop. But in a way, for me personally, it was kind of a blessing in disguise. Because of that fact that you're coming into contact with so many people and people touch you and they kiss you, you know what I mean? They kiss you, your body and stuff, and it's just very invasive.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't planning on going back anytime soon. So that's all I was thinking about.
That's good. Yeah. For you, was this your main source of income?
Honestly, no, because I was a bartender as well before this happened. And that was kind of what I was more into doing. But it was really kind of I have the privilege of doing it once a week, and that's, just what my situation was at the time. So it was a nice little side hustle.
Okay. So did you collect unemployment when COVID hit? And were you mainly able to do that because you were bartending?
Actually, no, because I was bartending off the books, but I got unemployment. So I didn't have any pay stubs or anything before this. Everything was off the books. But I did get unemployment because of the PUA, basically just saying that I was about to start a job when COVID hit, which is true because I now work for the census. And I don't know if that's kosher to reveal all this information, but I don't really care. But yeah, I worked for the census and I was supposed to start that in March. And then, the pandemic hit, so they had to postpone everything. So that really was my kind of exit plan at the time. It just all happened so much faster than I had intended.
And me and Selena were talking about kind of the changes that are happening in sex work, that unions forming, but also societal ideals and community ideals and personal beliefs around the idea of sex work, honestly. And I was wondering any thoughts you had on that.
Oh my God, yeah. It's a lot. I think it's cool that, the strippers in California are unionizing. I think it's important. But at the same time, I think that it's complicated when it comes to our income because it fluctuates so much. Mm-hmm. And the beauty of it is being able to make, you know, for some people, hundreds of thousands of dollars in one night. But then once you become an employee, that changes everything. So, you know, then you're paying taxes on top of a house fee, which a lot of clubs have. So it's really complicated, and it really is a double-edged sword. But I fucking feel for the women and the people, you know, who are out there trying to unionize, because it's really easy to be taken advantage of.
So I guess, like, Selena, you can unmute yourself if you want to, because I want this to be like a kind of conversation that we all have together. And now that we're both now that you've like kind of caught up, I was just wondering, like, what challenges are you facing right now with COVID and continuing sex work?
Is this directed to anybody? Sorry.
Do you want to start, JC?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, I mean, my biggest concern would be obviously like sitting next to someone at a bar, in a club, topless or whatever, and then it's just like, I don't even want to sit next to anybody. So for me, it's kind of been like a huge sign from the universe to get myself out and really start thinking about just other hustles, because, you know, it's always going to be there. I just like, I don't feel safe or comfortable.
And what about
even
you?
if there wasn't a pandemic.
And what about you, Selena?
Well, I definitely see what JC is saying, because before that I was thinking about getting another primary source of income for many different reasons for a while, and it was starting to become mentally very hard to do that, because you get used to, I guess, the fast money in a sense, and you get used to the flexibility, and the pandemic was it put things into perspective, not having the option to rely on that. However,
Yeah.
I do have to say that as soon as they open back up, I am definitely going back to work, because it's just, especially like with all the economic stress, it's like that way. And like that's the thing about it. I personally know a lot of people who go into it and they're like, I'm gonna go into this for like X period of time. And you know, if someone wants to go into that and like stay there, like, you know, cool. But there's other people who that's not their plan. And I've heard people tell me, like, you need to have a plan. Like, if you want to stop doing this eventually, you definitely need to have a plan. Because if you don't, you're just going to keep bouncing back into it. And I have seen it happen. So for me right now, like, I think I have like too many like economic priorities, or like not even priorities, like economic stresses. And I would definitely like return. But I definitely do see the thing that JC is saying about the pandemic having been like a very like a wake up thing, kind of like you can find like another way to make it work out now, especially because right now there's no choice for anyone, you know.
Yeah.
At least in New York.
Are either of your jobs opening up soon? Like, have you heard from them?
No, not at all. I haven't heard a word.
No.
Well, okay. What, like, can we talk a bit about your places of work? You don't have to like mention like any names or anything, but like, what was it like? Like, what were the interactions with customers like? What were your relationship with your coworkers, like, all that jazz? Selena, you can start.
Sure. We work in the same place, actually. I mean, I mostly work day shift, so it doesn't get hectic for me usually. I have definitely had like altercations with customers. It's definitely always a thing, and I had to mentally adapt myself for that. But I do have to say, I mean, personally for me, the place where where we work, I think that it's very easy to, in the eyes of management, it's very easy to like tell them if you're uncomfortable with something, or like if someone is like pestering you. I have had people kicked out. So in that sense, like, which is the reason why I have stayed in the like only exclusively in my club where I work now, because I have that. And I do hear a lot of stories from other people who work at other places where that is not the case for them at all. Even some girls who work where we work, you know? So that's, you know, like some bad things, definitely. Like, men overpass boundaries all the time. I mean, if they do it like catcalling women in the street, like imagine at a club. So,
are you? Is there anything you want to add to that, JC?
Yeah, I also only worked at one club, so I don't think I can really speak for like, you know, the kind of, I would never speak for the collective experience, especially me coming from my place of privilege and just honestly doing this as an extra source of income because I can. And my parents aren't here to like tell me no or judge me. But at the same time, it's fucking hard because I felt safer at my club stripping, safer than I've ever felt at any restaurant, any retail store, anywhere else I've ever worked in New York. Mm-hmm. And I only say that because my autonomy was somewhat respected in the sense that, yeah, like what Selena said, you know, I felt like the management had our backs, and that, you know, if something wasn't right or if we weren't enthusiastic about a situation, like there was no have to do anything. But, you know, it's kind of crossing a line where it's, no matter what, it's going to affect your relationships. It's going to affect your friendships. It's going to affect everything else about your life. So I tried as much as possible to keep those lives separate. Like, I didn't even like having friends in the club, honestly, except for Selena, because I knew her before. And, you know, it's really something that can change the way you look at regular relationships and how you exchange your time and value it. So, like, you know, I was buddy with my customers. I had a few regulars, and that's honestly how I made most of my money, like with regulars, not so much random people, because it was very like a cheap place. So, you know, people weren't really coming in there to spend like big bands all the time. That's a lot, but yeah.
Wow. So, for you, JC, so you didn't really have much of a relationship with your coworkers. What did the environment feel like for you? Like, did it feel like a every person for themselves kind of situation, or were people typically close in your work?
Well, people at my place were really close. Like, I could say that a lot of those girls hang out, they're roommates, they have relationships outside of the club, and that's great. But that's also very like niche. Like, that doesn't happen everywhere, you know? So I never felt like it was all for themselves. I also felt really supported by everybody, like encouraging the guys to pay us and, you know, like kind of hustling them together in teams. That was always encouraged. And that was kind of like a rule of the club, that, you know, you should be uplifting other people instead of like stealing from them.
Yeah.
But when it came to like, oh, let's hang out outside of the club, like I can say that I really only did that with Selena because I knew her. Mm-hmm. And it just, you know, like when I did try that with other people, it just kind of didn't work out the way that I thought it would. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you know, it's kind of like some people, it works for some people and it just like doesn't for others.
Okay. And what about you, Selena? What was your experience like?
Well, I'm the way that I am as a person, usually at any job that I have, I'm very quiet, and I like usually keep to myself. So that was obviously the experience that I had here. JC was the only person that I would really talk to, but definitely the people who, you know, my coworkers were always very supportive, very easy to talk to, also like kept to themselves, but not in a way where you would feel like they were closed off. I actually remember my first day working ever, someone came up to me and they were encouraging me, and they were telling me that if I had any questions about anything, or if I wanted to talk about absolutely anything, that they were available to me, which I feel like is a really nice thing. And since this is the only place that I have worked at, I do have to say I have heard a lot of comments about how this place is kind of unique because of that. I guess like sense of solidarity among the workers there. So I feel very lucky. But
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. And there I have heard stories from other girls who do work at other places, just horror stories about the way that the girls treat each other. And it's like a very like dog eat dog mentality, and you know, like you have to like kind of like everyone else is your enemy in the environment. That's what I have heard. I cannot say that from personal experience, but I have heard that so often that I have no doubt about the fact that that is the way that it is in other clubs. Yeah.
My outside environment is not being kind to me right now.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Did you have anything else to say, Selena?
No.
Oh, okay. I kind of wanted to ask those questions because, like, I feel like a lot of people have, like, stereotypes of what it's like to do sex work, or misconceptions of, like, what the environment is like. And I was wondering, like, because everything's changing in the way we talk about sex work and the language we use and the way we view sex work. And I was just wondering if there were things that, like, you wish there was a better language for when talking about sex work.
I mean, to be honest, even the word like sex work kind of makes me cringe sometimes, because like I wouldn't even necessarily put myself in that category as like a topless dancer and like an OnlyFans girl. But at the same time, I feel like it's the only umbrella term to really include everybody. But I also feel like that's for the people who do the hardcore shit, or like not hardcore, but like who actually strip 5 days a week, who actually do that stuff. Like, I don't really feel like I'm legit enough in that sense, like, if that makes sense. Like, I don't find it offensive. I just find, like, I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody. Like, I'm just a baby in another category.
So would you prefer if, like, people, like, when talking about what you do, you just want to be like, oh, I'm a cam girl, or oh, I like work at a topless bar? Like, would you prefer that instead of just saying like sex work? Because it is an umbrella term. It is a very big term for a lot of different things that can be considered.
Right. And I almost feel like, I feel like I don't have the place to claim that term because of my lack of experience, and my experience in only, like, it's very limited in that field. So like, maybe that's how I'm feeling. I don't really like, I don't even like have a suggestion for another word, I guess, which doesn't really help the problem. But you know, I don't have any problem with the word stripper or anything like that. Oh, my service is kind of being weird.
It's okay. It's all those like weird problems you're gonna come with a Zoom panel meeting, whatever. I think it's really interesting that you say that you don't have a term for it yet, like a term you would even use, because I think it's like now time for us to start creating those terms and creating like the future we want to see in this, I don't know, even to call it an industry. But your thoughts, Selena?
I definitely agree with everything that JC said. I do, usually when people ask me what it is I do, I tell them either say I'm a stripper or I'm a dancer. Like depending on who is asking the question, you know, which kind of that speaks to the work that still needs to be done.
Wait, can you just repeat yourself again? I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little bit better. Oh, there we go. I think I can hear you now.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually when people ask me what I do, I either say I'm a stripper or I'm a dancer, depending on who it is I'm talking to, which I think speaks to like the, you know, partly like the work that still needs to be done, you know, all the stigmas. But I definitely agree with everything that JC just said about there needs to be more language. I think that the language already exists, even if at a very basic level. But I do think that it's there. It just needs to extend out into like everyone else, and that's like that's what's gonna undo the stigma eventually. But the language is definitely there. People just need to be more willing to use it. And in my experience, people in the industry, quote unquote industry, already use that language, but sometimes it's easier to say, oh, like, yeah, I'm just a sex worker, just to like encompass, because also like there are a lot of things that like go into that. There's a lot of different ways of laboring within that field. I feel like that's why they use the umbrella term, quite honestly. Like, for example, JC is a dancer and also a cam girl. I'm only a dancer. I don't cam, I don't do any of those things, but usually it's things that go hand in hand. Or, you know, especially right now in like times of COVID, like that's the pattern I've personally been seeing. I honestly, the reason I haven't started camming myself is because I don't have an environment at the time for economic reasons where I could do that freely, you know, but I definitely would if I had an environment otherwise.
You're so articulate. I couldn't put it into words, but basically, like, I agree about that. Like, there's so much labor and different types of labor. Like, some girls literally just charge for texting, you know, like it could be anything, but like, would they necessarily call themselves a sex worker? I don't know. So it's like, yeah, I wish there was like a more emotional word to it. Like, basically emotional labor is what it is, because you're sitting there, wherever you are, trying to make someone feel good.
Yeah, no, it is a lot of emotional labor for sure.
I bet. I can't even, like, to be honest, I have thought about like stripping. I have thought about that, and it's actually something I would want to do, but I also think about the emotional labor, and I just don't know if I'm strong enough for that. Like, kudos to y'all, because I don't know. Like, I think sex work is, or stripping or camming or whatever you call it, is a really great and can be liberating thing, and is a great way to get income if that's how you want to get income. And I don't think people should like degrade it at all, but I think a lot of people think it's kind of easy work because they don't think about the emotional labor that goes into it.
I agree. I also think that especially now, like, everyone is just like, oh, I'm gonna make an OnlyFans or whatever, and that's fine. But I really don't think that people are taking into consideration like how this might make or break your life, your relationships, your future. Like, it's really not just something you can dip your toe into for fun. And that's what I discovered. And I can honestly say, I don't think I'm cut out for it. Like, in the long term, especially because like, it's not really, I'm not a good hustler. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I just, you know, some people have that and they have that skill, but it's a really complicated thing to consider. And so some of my friends are like, oh, you know, help me start an OnlyFans. And I'm like, I can't really help you because everybody has their own style. Everybody has their own way of doing things. And you just have to like figure it out for yourself. But it also sucks because there's no like real guide or mentorship in this industry. You know, it's very like, figure it out, you stupid whore. Like, that's how I feel that society, you know, kind of like projects that onto us.
What about you, Selena? Your thoughts? Selena?
You're cutting off. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to know your thoughts about the whole situation. Well, not situation, but what me and JC were talking about.
I think, hold on, I think I'm having internet problems. Okay. No, for sure. I think that it's what's happening right now with everyone wanting to join platforms such as OnlyFans, and I guess like bringing it to the light in that way. It's a very questionable practice. I mean, like the whole Bella Thorne thing that happened, and the way that it affected limitations put on by the website on people who actually depend on this work. That's also like a really bad thing that I see happening. And I think that there is a very fine line between bringing the quote unquote sex work industry to the light and like helping it become more accepted by people and helping it like get recognition as actual labor. Because I mean, it's crazily enough, most people like do not think that sex work is work. Like it like baffles me. It really does, but that is the reality. Most people do not recognize sex work as work. But there is a very fine line between bringing recognition, bringing awareness to that, and then deteriorating the field and like meddling with, and I guess like distorting the horizon of opportunities that like sex workers have for them, and like that they have made for themselves for such a long time. Like the OnlyFans example with the whole Bella Thorne thing, like I feel like that's the best example that I can think about. I mean, you have just like all these people. I think what I'm trying to say is there's a very fine line between awareness and romanticization of something, and I really don't want the direction I see things going in is in that direction of romanticizing sex work. Or like you have in media, like you have all these artists putting in their videos, like, you know, videos of them like stripping, or you have like films coming out about it. And it's just like, it's so shitty, you know? It's really shitty. It takes away the platform from the people who like have been struggling for such a long time to create that platform for themselves. And it's extremely like damaging. And a lot of people think that it does a lot of good, but not all exposure is good exposure. Like if you don't have respect, if you don't do exposure with respect, it's not good exposure. And a lot of people don't understand that.
Yeah, I agree. It is a very, very fine line. Like, and as being someone who is an outsider and not a part of the industry that we're talking about, like, yeah, sometimes when I see film, TV, and music videos like portraying that stuff, I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool, and I think it is bringing awareness. But I didn't think about the fact that, like, yeah, that like it is romanticizing this type of work in a way. Like that's the part that's not cool, and it is a very fine line.
I almost feel like that's kind of how I got sucked into thinking, you know, this is gonna be great. Like, I've been a dancer since I was 6 years old. Like, what's so bad about getting paid for it? And, you know, you see people like FKA Twigs and like, I don't know, who else is pole dance? Everyone's pole dancing right now. It's like a fucking trend. And that's great. But it becomes a problem when people separate the pole dancing from its history. And although, like, I don't feel like FKA Twigs necessarily did that, she kind of just put herself at the center of that narrative and didn't really, like, explain why she's doing this until later, until it became a problem. So it's just kind of like, I have so many mixed feelings about it now, because it really is that kind of thing that's like really cool and everybody's interested in it. Everyone's dying to know like the insides and the outsides of the industry and what really goes on and, you know, all these things. But then it's like, you're kind of exploiting the secret, like the sacred nature of the work once you start doing that. So it's like, really, I don't know what like society should do moving forward, because I feel like I agree with Selena, like, yeah, exposure is great when it's tailored in a way that is like protecting people and kind of like, I don't know, like you just have to be careful of the message you're sending.
What are some common misconceptions about sex work that you want to dismantle / debunk? And JC, you can go first.
I mean, I guess that like there's a lot. But for me personally, it'd be nice if, you know, I could apply for a job and actually like put my OnlyFans on my resume, for example, because it's like sales skills, you know, there's just so many, there's sales, people skills, interaction, like customer service, HR, like, you know, basically we are everything for ourselves. And I think that's really valid experience, and it shouldn't be like knocked as like, you know, just something to be kept in secret. I also wish that, you know, it wasn't a fact that if I ever wanted to become like, I don't know, a politician or like someone important in society, basically I would either have to like come out and publicly be like, you know, this is who I am, this is what I've done, or keep it and bury it so deep into my closet that, you know, no one ever finds out. And that's just like really unrealistic when it comes to like the internet and privacy. So I guess those are two things that like I personally think about like all the time, and I wish was different.
Yeah. Yeah, I have nothing to say about that. Selena, what do you have to say?
Pretty much in line with what JC is saying. I think that a very big thing is the whole like what's gonna happen, what could happen potentially if anyone ever finds out that you were ever in this line of work. Like what could that do to your career if you choose to take that route of lifestyle, or, you know, what could that do to your future relationships if they end up finding out? So it's like why not normalize this, because it's just like such a common thing, and it's just a very like tricky thing, you know. And I think more than the stigma around sex work itself, it's like the stigma around most sex workers are perceived as women or are women identified. So I think it's also like it comes from the need, like this manic need to like take ownership over like the female body. Like when I was younger, my mother would talk to me about how I had to be really careful with things such as sexting my partners, for example, because you never know if these things are gonna like come out later on, and like they could ruin your career, and like they have ruined so many people's careers. But it's just why, you know, like why, and it centers around like the fact of nudity and around the fact that you're like openly displaying sex. But it's like, if sex is not the most public thing really that you could like think about, and the most like sexploited and like a hyper commercialized thing that you can think about, like what is, you know? I feel like everything is so sexual except for sex itself.
Can you expand on that a little bit? Like, what do you mean by everything's so sexual except for sex itself?
When you think about like commerce, for example, or like so when you think about commerce, like the whole idea, like the advertisement industry, like they really profit off of people's bodies, and they profit off of like a lot of the time sexual depictions of people's bodies, you know, like you don't even have to like look into I don't know, like the like underwear industry for that. Like it could be anything. Like if you're selling a perfume, like you have to put like a naked body next to it, that type of thing. I feel like, so like already sex is such a public thing. Or like when it comes to more cultural matters, it's like it's so normal for little boys or like younger men to have like Playboy magazines or like look at porn and like all of these things, and it's, oh yeah, well, you know, that's just, boys will be boys, and like that's just something that people do. But like, you know, God forbid someone comes out as like, you know, God forbid you're on the other side of like, I am not the one who's consuming and I am not the man who's consuming, but like I am the one who's providing the labor for that to be consumed, and then like I'm getting ostracized for that, but they're not. They think it's adorable. Like fathers think it's adorable, you know? Oh yeah.
I can see that, yeah.
It sucks, you know? Like it doesn't make any sense. It's not a reasonable thing. I think that's what I mean by it. Sex is already very public, but and I make the point about like female bodies because it's not, female bodies are not allowed to be autonomously public in any sexual sense. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I completely agree. Yeah, because I feel like it's such a problem, you know, if it were to be like a woman who's running for office, for example, comes out and says that, you know, she used to be a stripper, you know, even Cardi still can't, you know, people can't even accept that. They still hold it against her is what I'm saying. And then if it were to be like, you know, a man coming out with like a dick pic like Chris Evans the other day, it's celebrated, and it's like everyone's so curious about it, and everyone's like, oh my God, I want to see Chris Evans' dick. Like it's not like, oh, he's a whore, he's a slut, he did it on purpose. There's no alternate narrative for that. It just is accepted.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you bring up like Chris Evans and like like, no, this is the truth of it though, because like I heard about Chris Evans thing and I literally was like, I don't give a fuck, and I like passed by it. But when I heard Cardi was like a stripper, it was like, oh, that's so cool. Like it intrigued me more, and it like, I don't know, it was more like not like a conversation debating anything about it, but just like more like, oh my God, did you guys hear that like Cardi was a stripper? Like she was a stripper, and she like, you know, it is quite interesting what we find more intriguing, I think. I don't have anything.
And then it's not as accepted.
Yeah. So I think you're muted, JC.
Oh shoot. Yes, I was.
Were you saying anything?
No, I was confused. I got a little lost in my own thoughts. But basically, no, I completely agree. Like it's, you know, when a guy is forward about his sexuality, you know, it's just different. It's like portrayed differently by the media. It has a different like purpose to it. And for some reason, like, there's always that element of like, oh, she wants attention, that's why she's doing this too. Where like, I don't think men get the same like rap for that. Or like, I don't know. I'm trying to connect my ideas to what Cellina was saying, because it was a really good like point about like the consumer and the person who's making the content, and the stigma between like those two dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, yeah, there's a lot of more, I guess, representation and like consumer content for female identifying or female bodies, like, or what's perceived as a female body, than there is for male identified or male perceived bodies. And I wonder, do you guys think that will ever change? Do you think that we're on like sort of a movement to change that? anyone can go.
I don't think we're on a movement to change that.
No,
I really don't. I mean, I hope there is. You know, I really hope there is, and like there still needs to be a lot of work done. But like as I mentioned before, you know, like all the people that I surround myself with are all very progressive people in that sense, and they have a certain mentality, and they belong to that kind of idealistic thinking, and they apply all of these things to their day-to-day life. But as soon as I enter nearly any other sphere, any other social sphere different than my own, it's like it's like a slap in the face. It's a huge slap in the face that people don't normalize these things, that people still have all of these stigmas. Just to add on one last thing to that conversation that we were just having, like I was just thinking the other day about the whole thing that's going on with Pornhub, for example, and that in contrast with OnlyFans. So it's like, well, you know, if you don't want to support Pornhub anymore, or if you can't access Pornhub the way that you could before, there's other viable options such as OnlyFans, and you have all of these, like, mostly men, but I mean sadly also like women that like are just completely bashing. Never, but it's like, you know, you had like a huge corporation that like abused, like physically and mentally abused like so many bodies for like such a long time, and you don't really like have anything against them. But then the moment that a woman wants to take, or like any like body wants to take into their own hands their own labor and like all the fruits of their labor within this industry, you want to bash them. So that really doesn't make sense to me, because shouldn't it be the other way around?
What are ways that like someone who doesn't do sex work or in the industry or does any of the things that you guys do, what are ways that we can change the narrative, like help change it, do you believe?
I think there needs to be more like women and, you know, non-binary people who are like pro any type of sex work, like just pro hoe, as I like to call it. Like basically, you know, it comes from a place of like condemning their own sexuality. And I just wish that there was more of a female presence in the customer sphere of the strip club. Like, I wish there was more support from other women, and not like this hierarchy of like, oh, I can do all those things, but I have morals, which I've heard from so many people. And it's bullshit, because it's obviously that has nothing to do with it. You could be a Catholic and still do whatever on the side. Like it doesn't matter. Anyway, that was kind of a weird illusion. But my point is that, like, yeah, I wish there was more of that like collective like support.
And what about you, Selena?
I think that a big part of it is just like incorporating all of these like, I guess, progressive ideas into like your everyday conversations, you know, because I think a lot of stigma, most of the stigmas that we live in our day-to-day expressions, and like in the regular conversations that we have with absolutely anyone. So it's just such a common thing, you know, for when like bashing happens against certain communities, some people don't even know that they're doing it. Like that's what's so hard about it. It's like so ingrained. A lot of people don't even know that they're doing it, and that's just a way of perpetuating damaging cycles. And so I think if you ever are having a conversation with anyone and like you hear anyone say anything that's like, I don't know, out of tone, or just like it's misinformed, or it comes from like the wrong perspective, you could, you know, correct that person. I think that's like the baseline. and then try to get involved in things like what's happening like for example in the world of politics in relation to sex work. Just get informed about that, because if we there's just so much censorship around it that you do have to do your own digging, but it's there. People are, I definitely can tell you for a fact, people are trying to do the work. People are holding rallies for things like this. But you do have to do your own research, because you're not going to turn on New York One News and they're going to be talking about it. At least not anytime soon. So, the part of that part of the work is, I like to say that it's extremely individual, because of the nature of it, and you're just not going to have it in we're already like so hyper stimulated by so much information coming at us, but that exists outside of that. So I feel like we tend to forget about certain communities and about certain things like this one, because the general media doesn't mention it. So just individual research is it's out there. It really is very necessary.
I agree. So one of the reasons I wanted to have this small panel is to also talk about like just stripping, cam work, sex work in general, and like to, like hear from actual people who do this work, like what's going on and what other people can do to help. And so I was wondering, like, what are some, like, during this pandemic, like, how are you and maybe some of your coworkers, if you stayed in touch, like, how are you guys adapting to this? Is virtual sex work becoming more popular? Is that, I know you already talked about doing CAM, JC. So yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the only option. Everyone has, some people are still working in other states in person. Some people who have never been online, who never had an online presence like me, created one. Well, I had one a little bit, but not the same, under the same like guise or whatever. So yeah, it's just kind of like there really is the only option. What I find most difficult is the girls or the people who can't even qualify for unemployment, and something like an online platform is like their only option. So personally, I've just like been getting through it by kind of accepting the fact that I have no idea if and when that'll ever be a thing or an option for me, and I just have to move on and kind of like find other ways of still kind of expressing myself in that way. But it really is hard. Like, obviously you're not going to make, like, what I was making in a night was like $500-600 maybe max. Yeah, I'm not going to make that in a day on OnlyFans. Like, maybe if I was Bella Thorne or whatever, but it's just not the same at all. And another thing is because I'm not out. Like, my parents don't know, like my family doesn't really know. So I'm not posting about it on my main Instagram. My other Instagram only has like 80 followers. So it's just like, it's really hard to start from scratch because you feel like you're a nobody. Like, it's rough.
Yeah. And what about you, Selena?
Well, definitely the virtual platform for it is getting really big. I have noticed, as I mentioned before, like especially at the beginning of this whole COVID thing, and like it really exploded because it's a very useful thing for people to be doing right now. And I get really worried, as JC said, I get really worried about the people who do not qualify for unemployment. I was working this was technically a part-time for me. I was working part-time during like school time. And because of my other part-time, I qualified for unemployment. So, that's like, thankfully not my case, but, I am thinking a lot about all the people who that is not the case for them. And also like to the people who are still out there hustling, like in the streets, like it's really, it's very hard in in a line of work like this to like be able to provide yourself protection against everything that's going on, because it's like a very physical thing. So, and then the fact that there's no public aid, or just, at least not like widespread. Things such as like clinics, or things for these people who are like a lot more exposed than like someone, for example, working at a restaurant or like at a retail store right now. They get to wear their masks, but like a lot of people like in this line of work, they're not doing that right now. Like they can't, it's just, it's nearly impossible to protect yourself because it's so physical. And there is not enough aid out there. There is aid, and there are a lot of people doing a lot of work towards that, but because of like all of the stigmas, it doesn't receive all the attention and like all the possibilities of good beneficial exposure, So if like anyone who like has OnlyFans, or like support them if you can, or like if there are any like fundraisers. There's a lot of like really, like the really cool thing that I like about Instagram a lot is that it's a very good platform for like fundraising stuff, like organizations, even if like on a very small scale, because they don't have to pay for like public domains or any of those things. There's a lot of stuff out there. So if you really want to like support and you have the means to, I strongly encourage you, so that you can support the people doing the work for sex workers, because there are people out there, thankfully.
You already answered our very last question, but JC, what are some ways we can support sex workers during this time that you know of?
Yeah, I mean, basically give them money, pay them, Cashapp, Venmo, like there's no other like better thing than to support sex workers financially, because that's really what it's all about. And also like, don't be a performative ally. Don't be fake. Don't live in a bubble. Like just talk to people, fucking subscribe to your friends' OnlyFans. You don't have to look at it. Just subscribe. If you're not comfortable with that kind of stuff, it like literally every fan helps. So it's like little things like that, and just checking in with your, your friends who do this kind of stuff. And for me, it's mostly like I wish that the older generations would kind of like stop with the performative allyship, because it's like people who claim, that they've been supporting sex workers for years, but, if it was their daughter or someone they know, they change their minds. So even the emotional support like that, is something that I really think is just as important as the financial aspect of it sometimes.
Nice. That's kind of all the questions on the panel. I was wondering if you guys had anything else you wanted to say or talk about.
I kind of had one more thing to add, just like in terms of like another obstacle that COVID is like presenting, is the loss of like anonymity for me. Like, online everybody wants to see your face, and you don't have to, but it's a lot different than being able to go into a space where there's no cameras allowed and people don't know your real name. They can't look you up on the internet unless you give them the access. And it's kind of cool to be able to like not have to worry about like, oh, this is going to be copied or it's going to be posted somewhere else that, maybe someone else is making money off of. It's like all in person. That was like the beauty of the, all in person work. So I definitely struggle with like the anonymity aspect of that. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of like just a little sidebar.
What about you, Selena?
No, I totally see that. I totally see that. That's also one of the reasons why I haven't gotten into scamming. It's just there's a lot of anxiety surrounding that, I feel like, and for a lot of people, and a lot of people have not really had the option, to not do that, I guess. So I definitely see that. I mean, going online means sometimes not really having ownership over your own body, and it becomes like a sphere of politics. Like usually, sometimes even at the club, you would feel somehow like you don't have full autonomy over your body because of the things that inevitably go on, I suppose. But this is like just a whole new thing.
Well,
right. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for agreeing to do this and taking time out of your day to talk about all this stuff. And yeah, it was great.
Thanks, Maya. You're so sweet. It was fun.
I'm glad.
Hey guys!
Welcome!
It's us. We're back. We are in different chairs and we have moved closer. And now I have another shirt in case I get cold. It's a little chilly. Speak about the panel to the people. Okay. Well, I'm really glad that I got this opportunity to talk to two people who work in the sex work industry, which was something we talked about, like even the term sex work industry. And I'm really thankful to Selena and JC, and it was a very eye-opening conversation, honestly, and I hope you all enjoyed it. I know it was kind of long, but we talked about a lot of good stuff, I believe, and they're just really great people, and I feel like we should really stop demonizing sex work and start respecting it more. And I think it's really beautiful and interesting that we got to even talk about this in I don't know, in any other time period would there be a panel about sex work?
That's true.
Where we talk about it honestly and respectfully? Would there? I don't know. But
I don't think so. It's, as people who, this is our platform, to be able to have and host these conversations is very nice.
Yeah.
And on that note, what is up next? Okay. Oh, virtual art gallery. That's my jurisdiction as the artistic director.
This girl,
and
right here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right here.
Yeah, so we're doing that with, so I'm also the art editor, art section editor, and music editor as well. So if you ever send submissions your way, which you should do, submit for issue 3, yeah, that's where that will go. But we have an incredible DC photographer, Vanessa dos Santos, and her amazing portrait work. She's an incredible photographer, so that'll be nice, short and sweet. Nothing I miss more than going to a museum with my biddies and just having a good time.
I miss galleries.
I know. I miss going to a gallery and being like, how does that make you feel? Exactly.
Or bringing a cute person.
Yeah.
Making out next to some art.
Making out next to some Georgia O'Keeffe. Yeah, and so on that note, we have an amazing little monologue.
Yeah, from our first issue, actually.
Yeah.
I Need More Black Girlfriends, and it was written by Elise.
I agree with that statement.
And it was beautiful, and when I first read it, I'm the TV, film, and theater editor, so if you ever send your stuff, I'm the one reading it, and I'm the one loving it. And when I first read it, it just connected with me kind of spiritually, and it was very beautiful, and I'm so excited for you guys to see the actual writer get to do her monologue.
That's not very...
Yeah. She's also an actress.
Yeah.
And just so we get this out of the way, kind of, we weren't able to at this current moment, but in our description later, we will have all of everyone who participated in this festival's Venmo and Instagram, so you can directly follow or directly invest in their artwork, because that's part of what we want to do, is to uplift artists and uplift people, BIPOC, multicultural, multi-ethnic, people. That's what we're trying to do, and I wish we could do this as a real festival, but it's virtual, which is still so very cool, and we're so glad for everyone.
Still having a good time.
Yeah, who's tuning in, and we're excited for you guys to see the next things. After I Need More Black Girlfriends is going to be some DC people, and we're gonna throw it over to our DC host, and then we're gonna have
some Cisco Swank, who is one of my favorite artists, and a dear friend at this point, I will say. Extremely talented, extremely awesome person. So I'm excited for this latter half of the festival. It's nighttime. Get yourself a little rosé. It's time to loosen up a bit.
enjoy this virtual gallery. Open your mind and just lay back.
Yeah.
And look at some art.
Yeah.
And then open your mind to some other art.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back. We'll be back.
I think it's
after
time
that.
to hit the road, Jackie. I know. No, we're in dresses.
Yeah, we don't have any tech people, so I'm just a tech person.
We do so much. Support.
I was born in the South, but that day happened to be a blizzard. Big white clouds of snow flurried outside of the hospital windows, while my mother toyed with death, trying to push me out. I came out like a long, skinny wet noodle and skidded across the ice into a cold white world. The South I knew was black. My father's family made up of gospel-singing, grit-eating, joyful black Southern folk, and even when I stopped believing in God, I still managed to go to church. The idea was to give me the best life possible. The Black South was reserved for summers, when giant June bugs terrorized me and my cousins by the lake. When we swam, the water turned milky from the products we used to tame our hair. We would dry off and become giant balls of frizz as the sun pulled out the color in our skin. My poor aunt would sit around for hours, brushing and braiding our hair into neat cornrows. And when summer ended, I was returned back to my mom's family. I have always been an asteroid. My center of gravity resided outside of myself, wanting someone to tell me who I am or what I am, waiting for a larger celestial body to pull me in. I grew up perfect, or I grew up expected to be so. I was pretty because they said so. I was obedient and independent because they said I should be. In North Carolina, my cousins and I would all wash our hair in the sink and argue over who gets to wear what dress to church. We'd help out the ladies in the kitchen and steal fresh biscuits right off the tray until they would catch on to us and kick us out. We'd spend 2 fidgety hours in service, stifling our laughter as we watched my grandmother, teary-eyed in the aisle with both hands to heaven, singing the songs as loudly as she could. We danced, but in the comfort of my aunt's home office, searching for the latest raunchy music videos to dance along to, not knowing a thing about the words we sang. It didn't matter. We were just kids dancing. Turns out high school dances are nothing like that. We drank gin with Coke to cover up the taste, and shared makeup. I pretend a lot, maybe all the time, but in that moment I actually had fun. The little asteroid in me found a great big star with enough gravity to keep me spinning, and a whole solar system to be a part of.
Hey everyone, this is Carolina. I'm Mix Mag Editor-in-Chief. I'm originally from New York City, but I'm living in DC now, and I want to introduce you guys to our first DC-based poet. His name is Jonny Teklit. He was born in Virginia and raised in the UAE in Dubai, and his work centers around blackness, myth, ghosts, and the ocean. I hope you guys enjoy his poems.
Hello, my name is Jonny Teklit, and I am really excited to be participating in the Mixed Mag Festival that's going on right now. I'm going to be reading some poems for you all, the first two of which are published on Mixed Mag at mixedmag.co, and then I'm going to be reading some other ones as well. Yeah, alright, so to get right into it, this first one is called There Will Be Blood. They play until dusk, until the dirt on their clothes can hardly be seen in the dim evening glow. You know, the time when the sky is a perfect sheet of cobalt and there are no stars, only the pale, glimmering eye of the moon, only the fireflies, close enough to clap between their hands, their first foray into the sticky business of snuffing a light. They leave the woods, their playground, grab their bikes and pedal homeward, and cackling amongst themselves like a motorcycle gang of hyenas, like there's something in the air. And once they return to the familiar streets of their neighborhood, they peel off, one by one, and return to their dens where dinner has been waiting. And when their mothers ask about their tardiness, they will lie, feign ignorance, act innocent, anything to protect their new and bloody secret buried shoddily among the trees, where it will remain for several weeks until a woman on the run trail will chase her dog who took off into the woods, and when she finds it, sniffing about a gray wrist protruding from the earth like a sapling of bone, she will think of how she should have moved from this town a year ago like she'd wanted to. But of course, she knows that here is no worse than anywhere else. For where there are boys, there will be blood. Thanks. All right, so this next one I'm reading is called The Perennial Knife of Hindsight, and it is a sonnet about the Greek myth/tragedy of Eurydice and Orpheus. And for anyone who may not know, Eurydice goes to the underworld. Orpheus, who loves her, goes down to the underworld to save her, plays a song for Hades that makes Hades permit the release of Eurydice back to the living world, but gives them a test first and demands that while they walk out of the underworld, Orpheus may not look behind him to check to see if she's still following, otherwise she'll be trapped in the underworld forever. And just before they're about to make it to the world of the living, Orpheus turns around and they are separated for eternity. Anyway, yeah. The Perennial Knife of Hindsight. Eternity, after a while, loses its weight. There are no more days or years, only time, unsegmented. Eurydice roams the face of Hades, her memories unmoored from recall, but still, the turn of her lover's face, the unquieting knell of his doubt, remains clear and ringing in her vision. Even the song that cracked Hades open is muffled beneath its toll. With a glance, he turned her into something not quite ghost, not quite shadow, not quite wind chime, but the wind that passes through all three. Alas, she did not need eternity to learn that a woman can be undone by a man's disbelief. Thanks. Alright, so this one is not published on Mixed Mag, but it's one I like a lot, and I wrote it about 1.5 years ago, and I was exploring this idea of why there were so few black ghosts in media in general that I had seen. One night, when the dread is hard to shake, I ask whoever is up there, how come there aren't any black ghosts? When we die, we're dead. There's no floating through decrepit houses, no possessing of living bodies, no being summoned by foolish teenagers. Just dead. If I'm killed, make me a ghost. I deserve the chance to haunt. I'd be so good in my role, too. If a cop kills me, put me in his kitchen. I'll replace his coffee grounds with gravel until every morning tastes like the street I died on. If the tap water kills me, put me in a gentrified neighborhood, and I'll writhe and groan in their pipes until they flee at the sight of my black mold pressed up against the wall. Or maybe, if I'm killed, just send me home. And when I find my mother, empty from weeping, absently scrubbing dishes in the sink, let me possess the kettle. Let my cry call her over to something still warm. White horror is coming back from the dead. Black horror is never being able to come back at all. Sweet. Okay, so I have 2 more. This next one is about the murder of a black trans woman named Kelly Stowe in Detroit, Michigan. And the title of the poem says that rather plainly, so I'll just get right into it. After Kelly Stowe, a black trans woman is murdered by a pastor in Detroit, Michigan, there is a snowstorm. There is something about clean sheets of snow that instills a remarkable loneliness, much like the kind the hiker feels when they reach the summit and find nothing except themselves and the world. This feeling has also been called holy. This is what the snow gives, the crunch underfoot, the second coming of wind, the misting of breath. What is it if not intimate? What is it if not the Lord beckoning? A field of no footprints, and suddenly no one has ever been here before. Suddenly everything is divine. Suddenly it becomes hard to remember all the dead lying just beneath the white. Alrighty. And the last poem I'm reading today is a sonnet, again, inspired by and revolving around Greek myth / tragedy. And it was part of a larger project I did where I reimagined famous Greek heroes as black characters and how their stories would change. And this particular sonnet is about Icarus. It's called Black Mythology. Under the cover of night, Icarus, careful not to wake his captors from sleep, flees from the prison built by his father's master. He does not look back. He does not stop. Just as he arrives at the border of the sky, more north than he's ever thought possible, Master's son, with blazing fury, strikes the wings from Icarus's shoulders with a whip, a tendril of flame hungry for dark meat. Icarus plummets into the river and drowns, and the river carries him and spits him out someplace colder, some unfamiliar south, where he'll tread forever in an ocean already bloated blue with bodies of kin. Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Jonny Teklit. If you are so inclined, you can follow me on Instagram at Jonny Teklit, or you can go to my website, jonnyteklit.com, which also has all my social media links anyway. I'm so grateful to the people of Mixmag for putting this together and for asking me if I wanted to be involved. I hope everyone who watches had a good time and continues to have a good time. Yeah. Much love.
I hope you guys enjoyed Johnny's set. I absolutely loved it. And next up, we have another really talented DC-based poet. Her name is Mayah Lovell. She is a Black Latinx lesbian, born and raised in the suburban DC area. Her work honors Black queer ancestors and is awakened by dream recall. Her set is going to be really experimental and fun. It includes music and movement and poetry. I hope you guys enjoy it.
Tired hands stuffed pillows in their suits, worrying about my succulents. Drowning in a quick rain shower, the lotus bowl and mosquitoes married next to the citronella plant. Ligaments of my ankles are derooted, pulling off the yellowing leaves of bamboo. My frontal itch from cold, spicy food served through polypropylene. The cash in a bowl tick-tick and the dull throb of my eye looking away. I regret to depersonalize myself. I ran out of the room to a room with another light. Because the lamp in my room is too bright. Your hand with old blood in mine. Forgot to add my birthday to a calendar when the world hated me. Centipedes. Another decomposer still in my trunk. Broke the machine twice, praying I don't get another traffic tick in the city that hates me. Throbs under my finger. The sound of the rain slid down the mesh screen. I put my ear close to the clock when I couldn't hear the tick that is always so mouthy. And makeshift my jaw leaking juice. Gazpacho. Frozen plant milk things. My body green in jealousy, I'd come for you so many times at the end. When all we have to eat was cum, when famished on an island. with nothing but this and love. I'm sure it would taste good to you then in blue and disappointment. The difficulty to love my body any better in therapy. I forgot to schedule. Breath still keeping when the world hated me and Dievtas and my siblings and immigrant children, but mostly me too. Right in the way I say my own name, nervous of the way the streets protect me better than the law, and pay patrol my heart from this land I want it back, inside me and inside them. The first creator of the world, the black mother, my ankles still sing under me. Upset the gender vitamins are the best thing for my bone on bone, knee, femur, and my bone on bone hip, pelvis from which I birthed myself. Still that mother, so tired of the beeping, buzzing, digital field when the rain stops stomping and the clock opens my ears again. One woman fit a 1-liter bottle of Coke in her pussy, and we still don't believe her. The good sir swims down the wet funnel in quelch swish sounds. She claims a liter is a good size for most, but not the 2L, just the one. I don't know if it's the ginger or the pineapple that makes it so frothy, but I want it every morning. It sloshes in a liquid. I want it every morning. Slimy fingers beneath my tongue, effervescent towel in the gut, warm, also pool, table, balls, dye, not candy corn. I sat up waiting days to slide over their blob and wonder, how many of them? Your intestine curves away from me. I want to hold you, it's been so long. Bulbous ferments on a mound in my hand, I say nothing about your overgrown lawn. You know it is my kink to top paradise by the tree, and you place fresh thyme in my hand from your ground. I chop up a plum and they go well together. The bright bulb shines acidophilus through the membranous biosystem, thick tangled bush picking mugwort, rosebud, red clover and burdock. The warm towel again. Do you want the entire hand? Lie in a mouth of grass and pretend to slap me. I drink vinegar, it cuts my throat. Rub it in your hand and think of the smell on your fingers, on my breath. Well, how many do you have inside now? 4. I can perform girl on your porch in the milkiest wear. PHGI, tell me 4 is good. Tell me. Dead proteins choke me, fresh in fantasy protection. Milky as magenta, crisscross tie, sheer corset and overperformance. Notice me. Notice me. Notice me! Safety pin the fabric over my breasts to look more put together. You do a sunny. Lactobacillus lavender and coconut oil coats their whole. They look so good at me. My name is Mayah Lovell, but you can call me M. You can find my work at www.mayahlovell.com. Years, deity, flesh, sex, race. Sex, race, age, religion.
But word, here's a song. It's gonna be on my new album, mad unreleased, so you feel me? Word.
Wait, these days don't feel quite the same no more. These days don't feel quite the same, nah. These days looking gray. These days don't feel quite the same no more. These days don't feel quite the same, nah. These days feeling
Wait, these days don't feel quite the same no more. These days don't feel quite the same, nah. These days feeling great. These days feeling changed. Bro, I seen it face to face, bro. These days don't feel quite the same no more. These days don't feel quite the same. It was something like a dream. The things in my head that I thought was make believe. I was blind so long and now I see it. Maybe if I'm lost and finally, yeah. She call me,
fly in Chinatown. Marionette no.
Yeah, we was in lost, we was searching. I was working, I was working. I was looking for the purpose. You did. Doesn't mean she birthed this word.
Fuck! It bit you? Yo, why is it whiling on you, bro? You should just move real quick, bro.
And how thrilling that moment will be when the prince of my dreams comes to whisper I love you and steal a kiss or two. Though he's far away, find my love someday. Someday my prince will come. Someday my prince will come. He's far away. Oh, someday. Phone right now, looking at these Johns like how is he trying to hang like na 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 na. She just told me na 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 na. See, I saw her in the halls like wow, is he trying to hang in town? She just told me nah like na 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 na. She just told me na 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 na. See, something in the way you move makes me feel close to you. This I know. I know. See, I spent a lot of time running circles trying to get to you, yeah. This I know. This I know. Looking back, kinda crazy how everything happens. Like everything I feel like she feeling it backwards. Stuck, I try to fake it like wasn't attracted. Backtrack before I was tracking, this verse is about it. Homie, maybe I'll make it without it. Maybe you hold the key to my balance. I hear a voice in my head. Maybe that joint just an ad-lib. Maybe I'm tweaking right now. Maybe I'm tweaking, I change for you like the seasons. I'm thinking what we could be in, Maybe I make it without you. Maybe I'ma feel what I felt before I found you. Now I'm thinking to myself how to make sense of the things that I left behind. But homie, I'ma make do. Homie, this the new me. Had to look in the mirror, remind myself of the fear that I had. But now I see clearly, roaming the clearing. Instincts, never thinking. Now I hold my head to the ceiling. As I walk, I found the meaning. See, something in the way you move, it makes me feel close to you, yeah. This I know, whoa. This I know, whoa. See, I spent a lot of time running circles trying to get to you, yeah. This I know, this I know, whoa. Like, whoa, I guess I can wait till tomorrow when I'm done crying over my sorrows. That was so new, so it could have been you. Like, whoa,
Thanks.
Hi.
Hello. And welcome back to Mix Fest. It's nighttime now.
It is nighttime,
It is
as
dark.
you can see here. So
Can you
thank
see
you.
us?
Yeah,
A little bit.
a little bit.
Good enough.
We'll fix it.
We'll get the general energy.
The next time around.
Yeah. So thank you to Cisco Swank for that incredible performance, that incredible set. Someday My Prince Will Come is actually one of my favorite songs. So when he sent that in, it meant a lot to my dear little heart. And that was featuring the last song is on his, I think it's on his new album, which is also a little interview. I'm gonna wipe my face. Written on issue 2 of Mix Mag. But yeah, featuring Solomon on bass, Arlo on guitar, and Brian on drums. Thank you, Cisco Swank, for all of your goodness.
And now, just to introduce our hosting person right here, Citrine, our politics editor.
Hello, hello. I'm so excited to be here, and I believe our politics
Panel is up next. So you'll see a couple amazing people talking about food insecurity and homelessness, especially now during COVID, and just incredible women and the work that they do. So I'm really excited for you guys to see that.
Yeah, and just some reminders. Follow us on Instagram. Subscribe down below. That whole thing. Follow, like, subscribe. What
Follow
else?
us on Twitter.
Swipe up. Follow us on Twitter. Swipe up. Yeah, swipe up.
And
what else
remember
is there?
that submissions for issue 3 are open now until October
And
1st.
please donate to our crowdfunding campaign because there's nothing that people need more than that.
Yes.
Oh,
Sadly.
I just want to say, Johnny, amazing
Yeah.
stuff. You make my heart soar. I loved it all.
So good.
Oh my god, these sets have been absolutely incredible.
They
I'm
really
excited.
have.
And now
I'm
we're about to get
so-
educated. We're about to really, like,
Oh.
everyone's going to sit down,
You're about
eat
to
your
eat.
dinner,
Get
your
your
little,
dinner,
like,
get
Canela
comfy.
vodka,
Yes.
and let's talk about it.
Yes.
Talk about it.
Excited.
You know me, just the tech person.
So let's see. Wow, that was quick for recording. Okay, so thank you guys for joining me for the Mix Mag Virtual Summer. Today we're going to be talking about homelessness and food insecurity. So I can start off by just introducing you two. So Natalie is a Latina unemployed restaurant worker using personal unemployment benefits to run a food kitchen out of her apartment and to supply healthy cooked meals to the local community free fridges and houseless populations in Austin, Texas. And we also have Roline Dahi with us, who is a recent UCLA graduate with a Bachelor of Science in Psychobiology and a social caseworker for the Mobile Clinic Project at UCLA. MCP is a student-run street-side clinic that provides free medical and social services to people experiencing homelessness in the greater Los Angeles area. Wow. All right. Two very impressive people with me today. So we're just going to go ahead and start off with a few questions, and we're just going to have a conversation based off of these, and again, like whatever you guys are feeling and thinking, you can just put it all out there. Cool. So the first one, I just want to, obviously gave you guys an introduction, but I'd love to know a little bit more about yourselves and, your background and really how that's helped you like navigate the work that you're currently doing, like within the context of your own identity. So whatever comes to mind when asking that question, just feel free and put it out there. But whoever wants to start off, Natalie, Roline, whoever. Natalie, let's go with you.
Okay, cool. Well, so I have a degree in international relations and global studies from UT Austin, but I've had some trouble getting work. I am Colombian American, but very white passing, very much gringa. But after I graduated, I ended up going back to Colombia and working with the arms conflict there. and really meeting with people and kind of understanding the way that like agriculture works in rural communities. So when I came back to Austin, I got a job in a restaurant and I saw how they produce mass amounts of food. And when we got laid off, I was like, why couldn't, like, with access to farm foods and fresh vegetables, why couldn't I do that but for free? Like, instead, like, make nice healthy meals but for free, like, and have them be prepared, because like working with houseless communities, they can't just bite into a bell pepper if a donation gets sent to them. So I take it upon myself and I make the dishes. Like, I've made over about 200 dishes so far out of my kitchen. So that's what I've been doing with food access right now.
That's awesome. I guess I can go next.
Yeah, definitely.
So just a little bit about my background. I'm originally Syrian, but I grew up in Dubai, and I moved to LA to pursue my higher education, and I lived there for 4 years, graduated with the BS in psychobiology. During my last year at UCLA, I joined the Mobile Clinic Project. And during my first year there, I was a social caseworker. And basically, I had the privilege of connecting with our clients from all over LA, guiding conversations, creating, a compassionate and like safe environment for them to share whatever they felt comfortable sharing with me. And now I'm part of the leadership team, which has been a whole other experience, and it's been incredible. But in terms of navigating the work that I do, and within my own identity, that kind of makes me think of parts of my identity that grant me the power to engage in service in the first place. One, my citizenship status. I do have an American passport. And that grants me a certain privilege, being able to serve. Being a student is another one. Having exposure to a community that isn't my own. I think that definitely is, like, I could probably talk about it for a long time. It's a heavy question.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think at the end it comes down to my affordability and time to do work, that is unpaid, for 2 years now, or like starting my second year. But yeah, we've currently been not functioning because of COVID, and we're transitioning to telereferrals and telehealth services. So that's something new, but yeah, it's a little bit about me.
And what is that like, actually doing that, like
behind the scenes? Yeah. It's a lot of behind the scenes work. We feel it like breaks our heart that we're not able to be there for our clients right now. We're actually just starting to roll out those telehealth protocols and everything, but it's a lot of planning and then replanning because things just constantly change.
Yeah.
I think you have the protocol down, and then regulations change. You have to keep in mind social distancing, and
yeah,
it's difficult, but we have like an incredible team working behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So
I think it's really important too, like you were saying, you would just talk to the people. That's a really good point of like radicalization within yourself and your own privileged self, is like seeing these systems of poverty firsthand is really important to then react accordingly. Like I did some service distributing downtown in like some houseless camps, and like the conditions there are very bad. And I feel like anyone who has an empathetic heart or soul was like, there needs to be something to do if clearly the city or the state or the federal government is not doing this. So I think it's really important to talk to people, and again, treat people like they're human, and you therefore, like, it strikes an inherent need or want to help out in whatever capacity you can. And that's
yeah, I think that's the tough part about it too, is like, especially at the peak of, I mean, I'm just basing this off of because I've been in New York this entire time during the pandemic, but everyone was quarantined to the extent of not even leaving your house for a walk or going to the grocery store. So what you're hearing doesn't really translate necessarily versus what's actually happening out there. So I think, as you said, Natalie, like a lot of the times it's more so like like when you come into contact with that, when you're seeing firsthandedly like the damage that is happening to communities, to people, to individuals, like that's what really like it really shapes. Like I know within like any work that I've done previously for in activism, like a lot of it, like I would like to hope that I would do it outside of who I am now, but I think a lot of it definitely is shaped because I saw what my own family was enduring, and like what people I knew were just like countries in which I've been to, you know what I mean? So I think that it really takes like shape into that,
Exactly, because I think that a lot of times with politics right now in the current state of things is people are really desensitized to violence or systems, or they can choose to look away if they want to. But that's act of like direct service to the community, to the people around you, your neighbors who you don't even maybe not know, but like see that like they're doing badly, and you're like, what is our government doing about this? Nothing? Okay, cool. Like, well, now it's in the hands of regular people like us to kind of like field and want to help out in whatever way that we can.
Yeah, definitely. Great. Well, I mean, I don't know if this was technically answered, but if not, like just how you first started. Natalie, I know that you said going to Colombia and everything, but getting involved with the issues surrounding homelessness and food insecurity, like that motivation, I guess, we hit that is basically, it can be rooted in identity. It's rooted in, handedly seeing what's happening to your own communities and to individuals. But if there's anything else you guys want to touch on that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I got the idea by just literally scrolling through Instagram. I saw that there was a free fridge on Instagram in Austin, and I was like, that's so cool. I reached out to the organizer. I asked, like, what else, like, specifically would you need? And she's like, well, a lot of people are donating vegetables and stuff, and that's the whole argument. Like, some people, like, walking by don't have a kitchen or whatever. They're living in the streets. Fresh prepared foods is a good thing to contribute if you can, like, packaged. And also, I think that it puts a lot of, like, cooking is an intimate thing, and you're cooking for lots of people with care, and that's kind of a cool idea versus, like, like Whole Foods donates their stuff, but Whole Foods is the reason for a lot of the gentrification within Austin itself, because it's Amazon owned, it's corporation owned. But this is like more of a, grassroots making food for the people, by the people for free, essentially with donations, but for free.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. I think for me, what kind of radicalized me or motivated me to start was this shock that I experienced when I first moved to LA. Homelessness and like housing insecurity is not as like prominent in Dubai, where I grew up. And, homelessness also looks very different even across cities.
Yeah. Yes.
Very different. And seeing what homelessness looked like in LA, which is, the majority of our unhoused neighbors are those experiencing homelessness are unhoused. It's not just, they're not sheltered to begin with, and that you could see like so clearly. And Natalie, you mentioned how people have become like desensitized and choose to ignore that. And I realized that's what many people were doing. Like that's what, if it's something that you witnessed growing up in the US, it's so easy to just like step over someone who's just sitting on the side of the street and completely ignore the issue. And we've been, they're marginalized as a community. There's a huge stigma surrounding it. And I noticed that like as soon as I moved here, and that shock, just that people are not afforded the basic rights and protections that I'm able to have.
Exactly.
It made no sense to me. Like it made no sense to me. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
It can be very dehumanizing of a person. I studied abroad in Cuba, and there's like there are lots of homeless cats and dogs, and I was like, oh, that makes me sad. But then I looked around and I was like, there are no homeless people. So that sounds like a really great place, to be like low on your luck, because people are housed. So when people bring up scary words like socialism, it's like, there's homeless cats and dogs in Cuba, but there's homeless human beings in the United States, and no one is doing that about it. Like how much affordable pet care clinics can you get in the United States versus like low income clinics that like what you're doing? So I think it's about like the humanity. It's literally about humanity.
Yeah. And also just to like tie that into food insecurity, like working with my clients and, you know, volunteering at our local soup kitchen, I just realized as well, like how much food insecurity ties into the health of so many of our clients.
Exactly.
Like, directly correlated, not just ties. Like they're very, very, you know, closely related. And just seeing that, even once I got involved, and I'm learning a lot more, you know, as my work continues. But I think that's another reason as to, you know, why I got involved or how I got involved.
Yeah, and it's also like this pandemic has shown problems within the infrastructure of the United States, because people who are like ill health are more likely to be affected by coronavirus, whereas a lot of like wealthy white people or wealthy people in general can afford to have like green juices. But when you're houseless, like you're maybe relying off of panhandling money, which is just cash, and usually they're pushed into an area where there's only McDonald's or whatever, and they can afford that meal, but that's not healthy. So that's food access. And here specifically in Austin and in Texas, like there are so many rural communities without a doctor in town. Like I know Citrine's father is a doctor in Corpus, giving access in Corpus Christi, Texas. But if you go out to the smaller communities, there is not a single doctor there. But there are McDonald's, you know, all the types of fast food. Whereas like it's important, especially in such a rural place like Texas, if you have all this farmland, we should start giving that produce to the people for for wholesale rates. But when it comes to wholesale rates, farms right now, for being local, get send their food to fancy restaurants who charge like $17 for a salad, which again it's a lack of access, you know. When you're really just making I started making gazpacho, which is just a cold tomato soup. Tomatoes are really cheap. Anyone could make a soup if they had a blender, but then, you know, if you fancify it with a fancy name, then you can sell it for $18 at a local place. Yeah.
And we see that these communities that, you know, as you were saying, Natalie briefly touched on, like that this pandemic has disproportionately affected more. You know, there's reasons behind it, and those are, you know, the reasons that we've just mentioned now. So it's not some sort of coincidence. It's not something, you know, it's not for any reason other than, you know, these are communities, these are people that are not being properly taken care of in this country, and it's a shame. It's terrible.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then just moving on to food access too, as we were talking about it, like just broadly in your own words, or, you know, how you feel, the importance of food access, or really the meaning, even like when you think of food access, like what does that mean to you, or what is the importance of that to you?
It's just about like equity and access to make like literally the means, like the vegetables, the produce, whatever, to consume yourself. Like when it comes to people on food stamps, there's a large stigma. Is like, oh, people on food stamps are only buying like the really bad stuff, or like the box food or whatever, but it's also the cheapest, because the most fresh produce that's locally sourced is at a high premium at Whole Foods, or, you know, like any kind of co-op store. And a lot of people don't have access to even get to that store, you know, because those fancy grocery stores are in very white, rich, affluent neighborhoods. There's a reason that Trader Joe's is not in like lower income Black communities. It's intentional, but Trader Joe's has very cheap produce, you know. So it's access to having the means to make your own meal, you know, it's etc. with good, healthy things, you know.
Yeah, I think food access is everything. Like the way things are organized right now, and Natalie highlighted it so well, is that right now we just have a bunch of regions with unequal access to food based on geographical area and socioeconomic status, which the two, you know, but those two are very strongly correlated. So like more wealthy, affluent areas are going to have those, like the better resources. And it's unfair that, you know, the reason behind that, you know, like localization of good resources is completely out of people's control.
Exactly, I would say.
Yeah, and those like geographical, where you live and your socioeconomic status and income level dictates whether or not someone has access to adequate and nutritious food. it just.
I agree, and it's also it's being made worse with gentrification, like in places like Los Angeles. Clearly, like when people are, taking over and developing very cheap community of colors lands and communities to develop luxury apartments for whoever, that gets rid of that destroys communities and also like takes away access to like community resources in general, and they're kind of getting pushed out into the fringes of societies where then it's basically nothing, and then they'll build a Wells Fargo and a McDonald's and they'll be like, that's your community now, like, which is very silly, which is what's happening in Austin with the gentrification here of the land developers, is that a lot of our like our Black and brown communities that have been historically in Austin forever were built on this like historic dividing line of the freeway on the east side of Austin. And so in Austin, the East Siders, because it's so close to, and relevant to downtown, which is where all the bars and exciting things are, the Black and brown communities of the East Side are getting pushed out further into rural regions where they don't have access again to all the downtown resources, where they just built a new Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, etc., for all the luxury apartment dwellers. So it's there's so many factors, and then with climate change itself is a whole nother like added bit to it when it comes to food access, because it's like with what lands can we use if it's all being used for like, whatever luxury apartments and for basically just for rich people is the thing, like.
I was just thinking how when you said there's so many factors, that's the thing, is like it feels. And I think that's why so many people kind of steer away from like kind of getting involved in the issue or really trying to understand the issue, because understandably, in some sort of sense, it is overwhelming thinking like, okay, so if we fix the issue of getting food access financially, then we have geographically, then we have, you know what I mean? So like, and that's the unfortunate state of it, is like there are so many different like barriers that communities are facing, and it's just, and you if we solve one, there's still another that we overcome, there's still another and that's intentional, that's.
Exactly. But also I think like under capitalism you would have to address it financially first, because that's the society we live in, and we can literally, like the United States could literally solve homelessness very quickly. Jeff Bezos could solve homelessness very quickly, but he's not doing that. And then I think literally by like defunding the police, defunding the military budget, like all of these things that are like sounded crazy and like radical and leftist or whatever, which I mean they are leftist, but they're not insane ideas. Right. And you can literally just reappropriate the budget and then go from there, where you have like competent leaders or people willing on to take big obstacles like this if you just give them some time and like that resources to do.
Easy solve, especially being that like okay, if you don't want to eradicate like the police at all, okay, defund them in the slightest way across the country, and we'd easily have that money, we'd easily, like there's so many different ways that it could be easily solved, and yet of course like we don't and we won't.
I see a lot of arguments like about the whole postal service, and how that whole thing is going down with defunding the post office, and a bunch of people are like, well, that it costs like $70 billion and it's a deficit, and it's like, well, they provide a service, so it's not a deficit. There's labor involved because it's a mail system. Whereas like, okay, if you're going to talk about the deficit, can we talk about the U.S. military budget? How much are we spending on all these drones and planes to, ruin other people's food securities and other lands and livelihoods and communities and like families and people? Like that's why it's frustrating when people say that, well, who's going to pay for it? And it's like,
right,
we really could.
No, especially also like just bouncing off that, this might be completely off topic, but I mean in a sense it's related, but with all this money going to the military, and people have this mindset of like of that the other and like us, or like that's country so far removed from like who I am or where I am, and it's like this is us doing, and this
exactly
is you as like you are directly involved in the issues in these countries that you feel you have no association to.
Our taxpayer money is going to bomb those places.
Exactly. Like it is your doing, and it is our blood on our, it's their blood on our hands because of that, and that's what I really don't understand. Like when I've had issues with presidential candidates, you know, and it's like, okay, like looking past the foreign policy, like, can't you just like, and it's like, no, like, that's, what are you talking about? Like, that's not, it's not about me. It's about, like, it's about everything that, like, the way that this country just affects our population, but so many others in addition to it, you know?
And it's like the importance of looking at, like, yeah, you at foreign policy in the United States, look what happened to our own citizens. Look what's happening in Portland and Seattle, where they're occupying fucking Portland and Seattle with military people. And it's like, you guys, this is why it's important to pay attention to foreign policy, because then it ultimately comes back to you, because they have no one else to blow up, apparently, except us.
Right.
Because
they're not as far away from it as you seem.
Exactly. And like, I would say it's interesting that like us three are talking, because we're all kind of children of like a diaspora. Like, my dad is Colombian, and he left Colombia because of all the paramilitary action there. And who paid for the U.S. for the Colombian paramilitaries? The United States did, and that's why there's so much destabilization today. They're having their own riot. They had riots last night against police brutality in Bogota. And so it's like, all of this is like, when the United States sneezes, the whole world catches a cold. It's like a quote that I've heard, but it's very true.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it is very, very true. Wow, I like that a lot. I haven't heard that.
But it's a bad sign for, I feel like, the globe, because the United States has a pretty bad sneeze right now with its economy, etc.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we all just got a little furious. Like, I can feel us like just pissed off right now.
Sorry, I feel like that's like me just getting
Natalie, I feel like we should be on my patio in Austin smoking a cigarette at like 2 a.m. This feels way too familiar.
Just like drinking alone, sorry, being like, and this is fucked up, and we're like, yeah, like
exactly.
Yeah, I feel like we can talk about this for quite a long time, actually.
Yeah. So just my next question, in terms of food distribution. So I know that both of you guys have worked directly in distributing food within communities, whether that be Austin or LA. And so just going off that, like, can you tell us a little bit, you know, of what you witnessed and like the conditions you saw, and like, as I said, or as we were speaking before, you know, a lot of that ties into how people start to get, you know, you witness what's going on first-handedly, and you see this with your own eyes, and that kind of pushes you. But what exactly was that you saw when entered during the food distributions?
I think I can like speak to this more broadly in terms of how operations have changed, like in general, because my experience has been with a food bank and soup kitchen that's been around for quite a long time. And they're quite like an established organization. And I think just in general, like due to COVID, most, if not all service providers, like whether that be, you know, food or housing or legal or employment services, all service providers have drastically, you know, cut down and limited the services that they're able to provide. And, you know, naturally food services have transitioned to a more, you know, low contact to go options versus the like sit down dining experience. And I think the sit down dining experience is like quite important. From my experience doing that, the shift is definitely different. You don't have that opportunity to like interact with people anymore, and so it's so much more, you know, fast. You're not able to like engage and truly be of support beyond the food that you're providing. In terms of like donations, I could say that like donations and funding has remained like stable, but the issue is the demand has drastically increased, because now we don't just have people that are unhoused who, you know, rely on these services on a regular day-to-day basis. Now we have housed folks who are, let's say, unemployed and don't qualify for unemployment insurance, who are now also using these services. And so the demand has just, I think what I've seen is demand has drastically increased with no supply, and also lack of volunteers because of COVID. Like you said, people just stopped going outside. So even for me, I used to be a regular volunteer, and then because I'm associated with UCLA, we automatically, like the students, we're not insured, we stopped. And I imagine that a lot of other volunteers also had to stop going before, you know, organizations figured out, okay, what are we doing? What is the game plan? And we didn't have that much guidance from our government.
Yeah.
You know, so it was kind of up in the air. It was up to, you know, these grassroots, local community-based organizations to figure out what they were doing. And on like the end of our clients who rely on these services, I can't even imagine like what I can't even begin to speak on behalf of them with how things have changed due to COVID, because the changes are just so drastic, even outside of just food. Yeah.
I would say that access is a big important thing that definitely changed after COVID because of the pandemic. I think people were literally like, there's always panhandlers at every stoplight under the interstate bridge. And for the people were afraid to even roll down their window because they've already have these preconceived notions that houseless people are dirty or whatever. So they separate. That's a separation. But when COVID hit, and no one's like, oh, I'm not going to roll down my window at all. So then they lacked anyone giving them anything for quite a few months. And when I went to downtown Austin just last month, which used to be a very bustling hub of entertainment and all this stuff, there were people, I saw a dead person in the street. The situations were bad, and the fact that no one else is going down there. And all I see are cops yelling at homeless people with megaphones saying stop congregating, but they're congregating in shade because it's 103 degrees outside, and they're going to congregate. But of course they don't have masks, but of course no one's providing them masks. So again, it's a very much an othering I've noticed with houseless folks and access. And then when you throw a donation to your local central food bank, but a lot of people don't have cars and they have to get to the centralized food bank. So that's another point of access. I joined a couple Facebook groups about just giving free stuff to people who ask for it, at the Buy Nothing or whatever. People were like, hey, I don't have a car. They cut off my food stamps. I live in Section 8 housing or public housing. Is there any way that someone could just get me some groceries? My fridge is empty. Bunch of people, really great thing about community pages like that is a bunch of people reach to this person being like, oh yeah, of course, what do you need? But also it's I as an individual who's also unemployed shouldn't be the one buying groceries for everyone. It should be the government helping and also doing direct delivery services to people who do have shelter, or going directly into the houseless camps as well. And another thing with packaging and climate change is that everything now has to be individually packaged, which is bad for the environment. So that's a whole nother conversation as well. You can give them a container and they'll throw it on the ground, but that's more trash. So if you're trying to be conscious about everything, it's oh, now I need to buy sustainable packaging, and it's that's expensive. Holy crap, So it's a lot of different factors that go in with
so many layers. There's so many layers to it. Something I just thought about when you mentioned having a car, something with food access in particular is we talked about this earlier, how there are food deserts and these areas that don't have equal access to these resources. And the reality is, and we have to acknowledge that people are not always able to move from where they live to access those resources beyond just having a car, ability status and responsibilities. Let's say if you're working multiple jobs, if you're raising a family, if you're with people and you physically cannot leave to access these resources, then what,
Exactly. And I think in LA, it's a very big problem with the car culture there. And that's that you could bring up a conversation about public transport and accessibility about that. Whereas New York has a great public transport, whereas Austin has nothing. And, at all, I don't think really LA's is kind of probably not there at all, I'm assuming, because I know that the 405 gets really packed. But again, it's
LA's horrible. LA is so horrible.
With traffic, yeah, and then that's
traffic and just public transportation accessibility. Their lines really don't get you that far.
Exactly.
The metro, it's definitely not comparable to New York, but
yeah, and it's people, you could bike in Austin, but again, in August in Austin, it's 105 degrees with like 80% humidity. Like no one wants to be outside for a second.
Yeah.
And then now imagine living in that condition, So it's like, and now you want him to go walk 6 miles to, wherever, to a centralized food bank. So that's why a lot of people and houseless folks ended up like in the centralized downtown area, because there were a bunch of churches that were doing meal prep and meal giving away. But then that's another argument, is that they're getting this free food with like a healthy dose of religious propaganda, I would say, whatever. Whereas like I would like there to be more places where it could give you a little bit of like political education or just like resources, instead of like giving you like in Texas specifically is religious because it's Texas. But I think the association with church and giving out like food is a specific thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, another thing, like just how, we talked about the Trader Joe's being in like more affluent areas, and like those more plentiful like resources being allocated with very specific intention. That same intention exists, but for like homeless services. You mentioned like I'm not too familiar with like how Texas is organized, where you said like centralized, like there's an area that everyone went to.
Yeah, it's downtown Austin. Like
downtown, yeah. Usually it is downtown. Like same thing with LA. All the services are all services intended for unhoused folks and housing insecure folks are also very localized and very organized in a way to ensure that people experiencing homelessness like stay in that area.
Exactly, yeah. There's a lot of like hostile zoning laws that Texas and I know LA and San Francisco have put up. Basically, like, I want my street to be pretty, even though we took over this historically Black neighborhood and all of these people are still hanging out here, but this and that. But I want my new street, my new gentrified street, to be beautiful, and I don't want to see that. So it's like out of sight, out of mind. Where like Texas specifically like wrote a law about they're like, why don't we take all the homelessness downtown and move them over here outside of the county, which takes them away from the access toward the downtown resources that have always been there, which is a terrible idea, because you're literally just sending people to go live like in the woods, straight up. And it creates whole like ecosystems of homelessness away from everything else. And that's a whole like society essentially that has no resources to ever escaping that society, which is
like the effort that it would take, and not just effort, like the effort and money that it would take to remove a whole population of people, and literally displace them would like probably be enough to house them. And
exactly.
Like instead of allocating resources to doing that, and displacing them, instead allocating money to resources that will like help them move forward and out of this, cyclic homelessness.
I saw that like in England, or London at least, that when coronavirus hit, they did do that. Well, they had all these empty hotels that all the tourists like fled from, and they were able to get everyone on the street in a shelter basically, and they took like hotel rooms and stuff like that and put that there. And like Austin definitely has the capacity. I'm sure LA does too, with all the hotels for the tourism.
LA try to do that. So they started this project called Project Room Key, and I believe it's like organized and funded by LAHSA, which is like the LA Homeless Services Authority. And they did try starting that, which was like it was like kind of exciting news at the beginning of COVID, because of course like when the pandemic first hit, like our first thoughts were, what if you cannot shelter? What if you cannot quarantine and don't have access to ice? Like you don't have the capacity to isolate. But there's a lot, even within that project, trying to get folks on the streets into empty hotel rooms, there were so many issues with like, people in really like fancy hotels didn't want, how some hotels are like half residents and like half, the residents were like, we don't want unhoused folks, we don't want people on the streets in our hotels. And like NIMBYs.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like again, say that we couldn't do that is very silly because literally the Department of Homeland Security is putting like undocumented folks in like La Quintas on the border. La Quintas are hotels, like it's a hotel chain, like very prominent hotel chains that you've heard of, like Motel 6 or whatever. They're doing that to undocumented folks to then later deport them. And everyone got mad, like why are these big brand names working with the Department of Homeland Security to illegally incarcerate people in a hotel room? But think if you have a better point of view, they could be doing this for houseless people in a better like intentional way, but right. So they are doing it just for the wrong reason. So, and it's silly that people would say, well, I don't want to share a hotel or whatever with homeless people. It's like, I mean, if you go to a La Quinta right now, you could be sharing it with people who are being held against their will. So
yeah, exactly.
Priorities, homies.
In terms of, like, do we have the capacity? Yes, we do. It's a very simple answer, but
yeah, I think destigmatizing houselessness and like people's relationship to houselessness is a big thing too. When like people need to realize that they're a lot closer to being houseless than they are to ever being a billionaire. So you know, just have some empathy. Like one medical like diagnosis can get you this.
Yeah. No, it can literally happen to anyone, and I think many people have completely like disconnected themselves and have this false notion that they are in no way related to folks living on the streets, which is just false. Like it could be anyone. Yeah, on a little tangent there.
Well, and to touch on, I guess, like a little bit about Austin gentrification is like when I was downtown looking at the homelessness, it was about 90% Black, whereas Austin is very much white and Latino now. Yeah. And the neighborhoods in Austin that are being gentrified for these luxury apartments were the historically Black and Latino neighborhoods. And they were all like majority elderly, like Black folks. And that's really sad. Like you ask them like, hey, like where are you from? They're usually say from Austin, and it's because, you know, developers have bought out their land and it's been unused, you know, whatever, and get their housing taken away and their access to resources taken away, and then they're on the streets. And it's like, these people are more Austinites than I am. I'm from Detroit, so like they have a better claim to having a house in Austin than I do, you know. So it's just really upsetting too. I think it's important also, to whatever. Sorry. Like I want to say like 8 more things, and I'm like, you know, I'm kind of rambling.
I know, I feel you. Also, this ties so heavily into the BLM movement, like
exactly.
And you know, most of the clients that we serve as mobile clinic are Black and elderly. So you see that not only, like, I think you can see that across all of the United States. Black folks are disproportionately make up the unhoused population, and
it's due to racist policing in their neighborhoods. You know, like Austin's police budget is half of the entire city budget. It's $400 million, and it's like, why do we need that much? Why do we need half of our tax-paying money to go to the cops when they're clearly, like during the uprisings, they were just recklessly abandoning with reckless abandon shooting people. And you know, it's like, you know, if you do bad at a job, you get demoted or you get, like, you know, fired. And they're not doing that to cops. They're emboldening them and throwing more money at them, saying that'll probably fix and reform the problem. And clearly, especially a lot of Black organizers have been saying they're abolitionists. They've been researching the correct ways to go about, like, defunding the police or whatever. And no one's listening. You know, that's the politics of where we're at right now. No one listens to the actual demands, which are not insane demands of the Black Lives Matter movement. It's like, hey, can we reallocate some money? And they're like, no, that's too scary, etc. It's like, it's really not scary.
If you just reform a few things, and it's like, what if you not, like, time and time again, like we've seen, like that reform
doesn't work.
It's not working. It's not working. Yeah. We can try, like, and so, oh, like, wouldn't you want this as opposed to nothing right now? Like, you know, we will get to like abolishing soon, but like, you know, this is like a step. It's like stepping stones at this point, like, don't exist. Like, they just don't. Like, we've seen time and time again, and like I know that they had certain, like, certain laws that or rules that the police had to face, you know, it's like they broke it anyways. So like it doesn't, you can put whatever you want in front of the police, like they don't care.
And the reforms that they talk about when you're like, the way that we consume news is very much like reading the title and being like, yes, or like, that sucks. Whereas a lot of the reforms, they'll say, all right, this has been proposed, and it's very coded language, and you're like, good news, that's great news, they proposed that. But it's really up about like, you really need to continuously be a part of the political system to hold people accountable, hold politicians accountable for things and platitudes that they say that they're going to do.
Yeah.
Because a lot, like, you know, I think I saw in Brooklyn or somewhere, they said that they were going to defund the police, and everyone was like, oh, cool. And then they basically just rebranded the police as like school officers. So they're just moving this branch of the cops to more Brooklyn schools, which is very unfair. And it's the same, like, why are there so many police officers in schools?
In schools to begin with, yeah. Exactly.
The whole reform movement is frustrating.
To say the least. Frustrating, to say the least.
Yeah.
Well, for now, I'm going to stop the recording, and just let me go ahead and, I don't think we have to say bye or anything, but I think we can just sign off. Let me go ahead and pause it. Does that work for everyone? We can say some last things. Do you guys, anything else that you guys want to end it on?
I think I kind of like your last question.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a good idea. I was gonna say, like, let's just go ahead and end it
on a more, like, what are more tangible ways you can get involved?
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on, let me pull it up. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and end it with the last question being, thinking broadly, what would you say we can do collectively and through individual actions to eradicate homelessness?
Natalie, do you want to go?
Sure, yeah. Tangibly, I would say that it's again holding politicians responsible, show up, be loud, harass them, you know, get angry at them, and don't get disheartened from it. But basically, you know, continue the work, like community organizing with people, but make sure that you hold the people in power accountable. I think with like the internet culture, a good thing is kind of like the cancel culture. I think cancel culture for politicians is a very good idea with public sentiment. But ultimately, like eradicating houselessness, I think can be done in this lifetime. It's just, again, like making sure that people who have the access to the resources to that, like our city manager is getting very harassed right now because he has the keys to drawing up the budget. And people showed up to his house every day on the streets, you know, organizing to make sure that they would like draft a budget that reflected what the citizens wanted. Mm-hmm. So I think it's really much like showing up in the political process is how you can get political issues solved.
Yeah.
I think a great way is to start local. Like, yes. The systems in place are so difficult to navigate. And I say that as someone who has who's extremely privileged and has access to, you know, resources that break down the resources that are available and the systems that are in place. And so, like, just starting local, you know, people have been working towards, you know, alleviating and eradicating homelessness for a long time. And there are experts in this field who know what they're doing. There's research research on this field, like in this field that is heading, you know, in a really good direction. And, you know, like, ask questions, reach out to these local organizations and volunteer, like at any capacity that you're able to. Like, food service is probably like one of the easiest things you can do. You get to interact with people. Like, it's just an amazing way to be outside and like, tangibly help the community, and then like work from there. If you're not able to physically go and volunteer, like, there's so many options now, especially as we transition. And well, we have been like working from home, you know, calling and emailing and signing petitions and donating. There's so many amazing local organizations, like working with even like subpopulations within the unhoused population. But there's so much to do, and it is easy to get disheartened, but the resources are there. Yeah. And I think, you know, when you do have privilege, you have to recognize that and recognize that you have the power to speak out on behalf, not on behalf, but you have the power to speak out on these issues. Whereas, you know, like right now I'm so lucky to have this space to talk about this, but I'm elevating the voices of those that aren't given these spaces. Yeah. And it's important to recognize that and use that to continue elevating their voices and to like go out into the community. Also, another thing I just want to add, I feel almost ridiculous adding, and Natalie, you actually said this right at the beginning of this video, to treat people like they're human. I feel almost ridiculous saying it, but I think it's important to remind each other.
And I definitely think it's important to also like call out your friends on stuff that like might have a bias on things, because I mean, ultimately, if they're friends, you know that they're good people, and they just might have this this bias against, you know, a group because of how society has raised the people in the United States, you know. So it's important to call out your friends, you know, and they know it's coming from good faith, and they, you know, and don't like, it's okay to take criticism well, etc. like that. But also I wanted to add one more point about like the idea of like ending homelessness is that there are tons of like homeless organizations that are like 501c3s and stuff. And a lot of these organizations, if they really wanted to end homelessness, they would ultimately have to dissolve their organization, right? Because they're ultimately creating a difference of the have and the have-nots. So a lot of people who are on these boards of like homelessness, especially in Texas specifically, you know, they're making their livelihoods off of the fact that there are people in need, which is kind of fucked up to me. So it's like my idea with what I'm doing is like, I don't want to make a 501c3 about my soup kitchen, because I ultimately want the problem of homelessness to be done. And I don't feel like I should not have to do this anymore, because maybe, you know, the government or someone would be taking care of them and like being equitable to our neighborhoods.
Yeah. If the issue of homelessness like were to truly be eradicated, then my services and your services would no longer be needed. Like that's when we know we're doing something right. Or not we, but like the government is doing something right, when that's when our services are no longer needed. And that is
and it's weird how like I feel like especially in this like the US is that people have made NGOs because they feel like they want to help and they want to give back, but then it ultimately creates that like dependency on people like you getting paid off of like running this service, where it's like why couldn't we just nationalize it? Why isn't the state doing this, etc.? And then it's just more indications of a messed up society.
A lot of change to be made.
Yeah.
But I am hopeful.
Me too.
You gotta be. I think you gotta
be. Yeah, and that's important thing is to like continue, like don't go into despair on these situations for sure, like which can very much bring you into despair seeing these situations, but just coming at it with a good attitude that we can, like I think our generation, Gen Z, you know, we're good people, I think, and I think we have the tools to do it.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for joining in on the great convo. I really enjoyed it. I'm sure everyone else will as well. So thank you again. And we'll go ahead and just kind of get this together. And of course, I'll send it over to you all so you can view prior to the day and everything. But if you have any questions before that, please reach out.
Yeah.
And welcome back. Hi. So, just to introduce, we have Gina Sophia.
Hi,
Woo!
If you follow us on social media,
She's the one doing
Sophia
it. She's the one doing everything.
The mastermind.
Yeah, mastermind behind our fabulous IG. Do you have anything to say about the politics panel?
Yes. Once again, if you guys were watching, it was absolutely incredible. Natalie and Roline did such a good job, and I had such a great time talking to them, and it was just so informative. And just thank you again to them and everyone watching. It was so great.
Yeah, welcome back to Mixed Fest. What's next? We got a virtual art gallery to like clear your mind a little bit, to get you relaxed, by Rebekah Torres. And then we have a short film called The Scare, and it's nothing
By our
amazing.
own Mayah
It's fine. It's
Cashapp.
fine. Don't worry.
Yes.
If you hate it, that's
very
cool.
excited for
that. It's fine.
I would like to shout out Stephanie, who just texted me. Our food editor. I would just like to shout Stephanie out. You're incredible, and she's going to do a little cooking video if you stay tuned. Just a reminder to subscribe, to follow, to submit, to donate, all
To
of
share.
the things that, we've been saying, and now I hope are part of your vocabulary.
And remember, issue 3 submissions are open until October 1st.
October
so
1st, y'all.
Please submit.
Get them in. Yeah.
Um,
After The Scare, there's going to be our DC, we're going to throw it to our DC hosts, and they're going to introduce the next DC act. And then we'll be back. So enjoy. And we'll have Thai food in our body.
Mix that!
I quit my dreaming the moment that I found you. I started dancing just to be around you. Here's to thinking that it all meant so much more. I kept my mouth shut and opened up the door.
Save me some.
I've really been enjoying these past 2 months.
Me too. Do you want to go to my mom's birthday party next month?
Really? How old?
She is gonna be 38.
Oh,
Yeah, she had me when she was 16.
young mom.
Mm-hmm.
Mine too. She was 22. She had to drop out of college. She couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle me. She said she felt like her whole world stopped. So she left.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Some women aren't meant to be mothers. How'd your mom do it?
She couldn't give up what was hers, I guess. And she said that she was pretty conflicted and that she had thought about giving me up for adoption, but then the whole system of that was really messed up, so. Now she just jokes that she waited too long and she ended up having a baby.
Yeah.
Do your parents ever think about
Abortion?
Yeah.
No. My dad said that I was a responsibility and that you should never walk away from something like that. He loves me.
Of course.
If I was in that position, I would totally.
So, the smell. Something's. I need to,
Is everything okay? I'm gonna run to the store, okay? And if you need anything, will you text me?
¿Por qué no te matas conmigo? Que si me ves me ofrendas te voy a tirar por los escalones. Por ser pendeja hasta esas piernas para cualquiera. No mereces mátate. Eres pedazo de mierda. Corta ese pinche bebé hasta que salga la sangre y te mueres.
Ya sabía que esto iba a pasar. Te hiciste puta como tu mamá. Vas a ver, Diosito te va a castigar por ser tan idiota. La verdad, ese bebé es mejor sin ti. Mira lo que hiciste. Ya sabía que esto iba a pasar. Te hiciste puta como tu mamá. Vas a ver, yo te voy a tirar, vas a castigar por ser tan idiota. La verdad, ese bebé es mejor. Piernas diste, ¿verdad? Ese bebé va a ser pendeja. ¿Por qué no te nadie va a querer estar contigo? Mátate. Preñas tu pinche bebé hasta que te salga la sangre y te mereces hacer mamá. Eres pedazo de mierda. Abres tus pinche piernas para que te quieran, ¿verdad? Ese bebé va a ser nada. Nadie va a querer estar contigo. Mátate. Corta ese pinche bebé hasta que te salga la sangre y te mueres.
Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen.
Hey guys, what's up? This is Tayo, lead poetry editor here at Mix Mag, and we have something for you guys. Washington, D.C. native Knyves Escobar has always been a musical kid. From her parents sharing with her the sounds of Earth, Wind, and Fire and Tito Puente to the endless hours she spent playing the cello and bass. Here today with her band, she'll be playing airy vocals and just the catchiest song you guys will ever hear while golden hour passes in the horizon. We hope you guys enjoyed as much as we did.
Blameless, acting shameless on the TL. Useless, but you're good. I wreaking havoc in my DMs. Just yesterday I had to say it. Gave me a feeling I'ma never forget. Gave me a feeling I'ma never forget. Hey, hey. Here for a good time, never a long time. Hey, why you wanna ruin a good thing, babe? So clear it's turning you on. Don't plan on staying too much longer. And we were never friends. Do what you want, tear it apart. There's red all in my head, all of my thoughts spilling, room spinning. There's no end and no beginning. I feel the worst. I lost my nerve and I'm choking on the words I wanted to say, but there ain't no escaping a sober mind. Do you want a peace of mind? There's a jungle on the roof. I can take it if you need it proof. And I heard you coming too. I'd go anywhere if you say you're coming through. There's red all in my head, all of my thoughts spilling, room spinning. There's no end and no beginning. I fear the worst. I lost my nerve and I'm choking on the words I wanted to say, but there ain't no escaping a sober mind. Do you want a peace of mind? There's a jungle on the roof. I could take you if you needed proof. And I heard you coming through. I'd go anywhere if you say you're coming through. I'd go anywhere if you say you're coming too. I'd go anywhere if you say you're coming too. I got these from Party City, y'all. What's good, y'all? My name is Knyves. I'm here with my band today in Tayo's open floor plan apartment. And we're playing you a bunch of new stuff that I wrote during quarantine. So we're just doing the damn thing. That one is called Eden, like the Garden of Eden. Yeah, so next. You could take your sweet time. You could do whatever you want. You don't gotta worry about the places I go when you're not around. Listen, I know that you like me. No, it's not a secret. I'm not gonna keep it. Baby, wish you could rewind it. No, you like the finer things, finer things. Ooh, 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 finer things. I'ma go home if you wanna play games. I'ma cut it off, you ain't got no restraint. Crossing all the lines, there's the doorway. Yes. Okay, that one's called Finer Things. All right, so this next one I've performed so many times. I'm so excited for this one. Guess I take after my mother. Never been much of a lover, more of a fighter, more of a biter. Guess I take after my mother. Never been much of a lover, more of a fighter. I'm more of a biter, biter. I grit my teeth at night, speak with my jaw wide tight. This silver tongue might do you in. Long before my teeth sink in, I'm rapid and foaming at the mouth. Aim for the jugular, rip it out. Oh, I brought you in, I can take you out. Rough love, tough love, ain't deep enough. Guess I take after my mother. I've never been much of a lover. I'm more of a fighter. I'm more of a biter, biter. Oh, I guess I take after my mother. I've never been much of a lover. I'm more of a fighter. I'm more of a biter, biter. I brought you in, I can take you out. I brought you in, I can take you out. Oh, I brought you in, I can take you out. I brought you in, I can take you out. Oh, these party city claws really like came through. Yeah, that one's called Biter. I take after my mom in a lot of ways, but that's my woe. I love her. Yeah. So this next one is one that I released a little while ago, and it's one of my favorites to perform too. It's Phantom Limb for all of y'all that know. Recalling and recoiling every day. Familiar pain is talking, you won't listen anyway. But I remember you fondly, here but gone. It wasn't long, you made off with a part of me. I miss who I was when I was with you. Oh, I miss who I was when I was with you. Oh, was with you. I keep looking back and the sun is just so wop. Saucy, saucy, saucy. Dude, this feels so great. Yeah.
Just at the end, if you could say thank you to Mix Mag for allowing us to play here. And yeah, that's probably it.
Sickening. I can do that. Mix Mag.
And then also probably your social media. So like, I'm sure you guys have like an outro thing you guys know how to do. Just
all right.
do that outro like right after your song.
Okay.
And say thanks to Mix Mag.
Mm-hmm. Me too. You can see the sun. That's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful. The fleeting passage of time. Damn. Yeah. Ready? I'ma ghost you like you ain't shit to me. I'ma haunt you like I won't ever leave. Yeah. Why you only hit me up when you're lonely? Fuck that. Quit acting like you know me. Late night motive solely out of desperation. You thought I'd be sending my location. This is how you lose what you never had. Recognize my word too late. There's no going back. Words floating on air like is she even there? In your room in the dark by the light of a bluish glare. I'ma ghost you like you ain't shit to me. I'ma haunt you like I won't ever leave. Yeah. Make you wonder where it all went wrong. Doing the morning drunk calls to my phone. Hindsight clear as day when you're missing me. Ghost of who I was is lying in your sheets. This is how you lose what you never had. Recognize my word too late. There's no going back. Haunt you till my name sounds like broken glass. Insult to injury, salt in the gash. I'ma ghost you like you ain't shit to me. But I'ma haunt you like I won't ever leave. Yeah. Ghosts. Ooh. Damn, I wrote that one in 2017, bro. Yeah. All right, we got one more for y'all. Whew, I just want to give a quick shout out to my bros over here. We got Benny on the bass, we got Pat on cajon, and we got Terrell over here on the keys. We got Javi running sound. We got Tayo over here. Shout out to all of my woes in the room. All right, we got one more for you. And this one is called Sweat. Ooh. not yours no more, and I'm not her for sure. But I think about you, yeah, I dream about you, and I hate it when I wake up, yeah. And it's been getting out of hand. You know I do the best I can to forget about you, to forget about you, but I can't. Ooh, moving on, I'm not moving on. Morning comes, yeah, empty space right next to me, but I'm not alone, no. There's a ghost where you should be, running in my head, words I should have said, but I didn't. Ooh, why don't you sweat me while you can? You know I do the best I can. I may not ever understand why I think about you. I still dream about you, and I hate it. Ooh, move on, yeah. I'm not moving on, moving on, yeah. I'm not moving on, moving on. I'm not moving on, moving on. I'm not, ooh, moving on. I'm not. I still think about you, and I still dream about you, and I hate it. Damn. Wow. Thank you guys. Wow. All right. I'm going to spell my name correctly. It is KNYVES.ESCOBAR on Instagram. And you can find me wherever you stream music or watch videos. So Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, YouTube, wherever. And thank you so much to Mixed Mag for having us. We had the most amazing time watching the sunset here in downtown Silver Spring, my hometown, you know. And stay safe. Thank you. Bye.
Now we're back.
Hi. And we are back. Those were some really incredible performances. I love Knyves Escobar.
Shout out Knyves.
Oh my
That was really
gosh.
good.
My queen. Wow. I just discovered her. Damn. Okay.
So next up we have cooking with Stephanie. You're gonna learn how to make some amazing Cameroon beignets.
Yes. So we are eating dinner, and we thought maybe this was like the appropriate dinner time. And Stephanie is our amazing food editor, which ties back to submit for issue 3, and also just in general. Stephanie is incredible. There are so many great things coming in the food section.
Yes.
Podcasts, videos, and galore.
Yeah.
So yeah, follow,
Stay
like,
tuned.
subscribe down below.
Like and subscribe down below. Follow us on Instagram, and then donate to our crowdfunding
I'm like fulfilling
campaign.
a really like
I Fund Women.
Okay, but after Stephanie Be Cooking, we got Imani Play, written by Nia May, who is one of our contributors in the TV, film, and theater section, starring Joanna. And I got the privilege to direct it, but it was really great. And Kayvon stars in it, and Renee.
Yeah,
it's gonna
it's
be
a
really
good group.
exciting.
And then we have an incredible, again, another virtual art gallery by Zyra, who is one of my favorite photographers. She has shot actually both of us.
Yeah.
And she's just so talented. I really tried to be low about that, but it didn't work. But yeah, what else we have to say other than like?
I don't think anything else. So I think we can just get this rolling.
Okay.
And if you missed anything, it will be on our YouTube channel sometime.
Featuring Maya's butt.
Thank you. Welcome to Mixed Fest. Yes.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I be cooking. Today, I am so excited to share with you all one of my all-time favorite recipes. It's a side dish, it's a main dish, it's a snack, it's a dessert, but what I call it, it's beignet. It's actually from my home country, Cameroon, which is located in the west and central part of the continent of Africa. All right, let's get started. You will need 2 cups of flour, 1/4 cup of sugar, some salt, some nutmeg, yeast, some vanilla for a little razzle-dazzle, and your water is going to be lukewarm. 1 cup of water and then 1/4 cup of water. I'll explain in a second. So let's start with the wet ingredients. You're gonna take some of the sugar that you poured out earlier, you're gonna take a small teaspoon and just sort of put it in there and let it mix well, right? And put that to the side. And we're gonna take some of our yeast. So you're only doing about 2 teaspoons of yeast in this recipe. You're just gonna pour it over in your lukewarm water. You're going to let that do its thing, you know, about 10 minutes. Then when you come back to it, it'll be ready to go in your set of dry ingredients. Now on to your dry ingredients. You're gonna take your 2 cups of flour, put it in your large bowl, about a pinch of salt. You're gonna add that 1/4 cup of sugar. I'm gonna grate some of this nutmeg. I mean, I like to do just, you know, if you're using fresh nutmeg, just kind of lightly grate. About a teaspoon if you're using the ground nutmeg. Get that going, tap it. You should mix that together for a little bit, right? After you do that, you're gonna add a little bit of vanilla. Vanilla, give or take about a teaspoon is fine for a recipe like this. You don't want it to overpower. And then now, the yeast mixture from earlier, you're just gonna pour that in. And then the rest of the water, which was just 1 cup. So in total, it's 1 1/4 cup of water. You're gonna put that together and you're just gonna start mixing with your hand, starting in the middle. And then you're just gonna mix. So you actually do have to beat it for about 5 minutes. If you have a hand mixer, I don't necessarily advise that because that's not the way that I was taught. But if you figure out a way, feel free to let me know. Funny enough, I've been doing this recipe since I was about 5 years old, but it wasn't until 2 nights ago that I wrote it down. Because in my family, I mean, beignet is it's just part of our lives. We have it on Saturdays, we have it on Sunday after church sometimes. I mean, this is just a big part of my life. But I will say that this is probably the hardest part of it because you're just really, literally beating it and getting all of that dough together and very well mixed. It's a good arm workout too. You know what I'm saying? So once you've mixed it and beat it for about 5 minutes, it should look something like this. You're gonna take a clean kitchen towel or a cling wrap and you're gonna put it over it and let it rise for about 2 hours in a warm environment. Once you let it rise for 2 hours, it should look like something like this. You see kind of how it's a little spongy? That tells you it's ready. So after your dough has risen or doubled in size, you're actually gonna do the very first part of frying. So to fry, you'll need a pot of any size, but the major key here is making sure that the vegetable oil that you use is about 1/2 to 3/4 full, so that whenever you fry your beignets, they become fully submerged. All right, so now we gotta make sure that our oil is ready to go. So the way that I like to do it is just, you know, take a small bit here and just sort of test it out to see. Take a small baby one. And yes, the dough is very sticky. I think we're about ready here. We can probably get started. All right. So now the super, super fun part. You take a large amount in your hand here and you just go crazy. And just sort of pop those babies in there. Get those going. Ooh, they smell so good. I like to make mine bigger, but you know, size is definitely up to you. But just make sure you try to get as much ground as you can covered so it's easy when you turn it. All right, now we're just sort of getting these babies all turned so they can be the same consistent color on both sides. Oh man, but the room is already smelling so good and I cannot wait to eat all of this, maybe by myself. All right, these look like they're about ready to go. So I'm gonna take them out real carefully. Another thing that Bingy has taught me is how to take things out with my left hand, even though I'm right-handed, because my hand is actually full of dough. But hey, at least I get to indulge, right? Let's take all of these out, including the baby one. Perfect. All right. Ooh, look at them. They're nice and golden brown. See, that only took about 1 to 2 minutes. So sure, it was a longer prep time in the beginning, but ultimately frying is about 2 minutes of your time. Oof. Mmm. Mmm. Wow, just like I remember from home. This has been so much fun. Thank you for learning how to make one of my all-time favorite desserts slash side dish slash possibly my main dish. I'll see you guys next time.
It was mom and dad, barely mommy and daddy. It was mom and dad, and neither was love.
Food on the table.
He smokes in the chair, she cooks in the kitchen. I sit at the table and count to 10.
We put food on the table.
Food
Food on the table, that is our job. We put food on the table every night, 7 o'clock, there is food on the table.
10. French. It was in French.
A glass table with a chandelier hanging overhead and a Persian rug underneath.
French in middle school, Spanish in high school.
A Persian rug underneath. A real one.
Tutors in French and Spanish in middle and high school, right after soccer practice or Model United Nations. A's in every class, algebra, biology, orchestra, geography. I was the only one who knew every country in Africa.
Persian rugs are quite ugly. To me, they are quite ugly.
Do you know every country in Africa? Africa is a continent. Did you know Africa is a continent? Some people don't know.
They're ugly, but I bought it. See, I saw it for about $1,000. I thought it was the ugliest rug in the store, and there was a plush gray one for $150 I liked more, but I could afford the Persian rug, so I bought the Persian rug. I bought the glass table even though it smudges, even though the heat from the food can make it foggy, and I have to wipe it down every day. I still bought the glass table. We bought the chandelier even though I thought it'd fall on us in the middle of dinner one day and kill one of us. He'd crash down and break one of our necks.
I know everything. No, I don't. I know as much as I can know. I meant to know everything.
I bought them because we could afford them. For him, I never thought I could ever afford an ugly Persian rug and a glass table that smudged and a chandelier that could drop down and kill us.
I meant to be everything. But I cannot be everything. But I can be
disappointing.
I am Imani, and Imani means faith in Swahili, and Imani is the 7th day of Kwanzaa. 7 candles on the kinara. It goes Umoja, Kujichagulia, Ujima, Ujama, Nia, Kumba, then Imani last.
There was a point when I did not ever think I could afford all of these things or that I could put food on the table, let alone a glass table.
I held her in my arms and I named her Imani.
Imani will never have to worry or think that she cannot afford Persian rugs, glass tables, chandeliers, food on the table.
I hate Imani.
It is the 7th day of Kwanzaa. It means faith in our community, in God, in yourself.
Something about the name Imani, something about the way it sounds, something about how it's said, something about Imani I just don't like.
I had faith in her. She would be
my mother.
Great.
She fed us. Whatever she could. When she could. She'd feed us and we'd wonder why her spot on the table was empty. Why it had no plate.
I told her to be great. I taught her to be great. I told her.
She'd eat Spam in the back. She'd steal food from her job. She worked as a nurse, and she'd steal pudding cups and saltines, toilet paper, and paper plates, anything she could. She provided what she could, but I was still...
She could be great.
Hungry.
I am going to become a lawyer.
Summers were horrible as a child because school lunches were the only times I ate. Sometimes in summers I was so hungry. Imani will never be hungry.
I'm going to become a lawyer and marry a nice man, a black man, Columbia grad. We will be Claire and Cliff Huxtable. We will be Michelle and Barack Obama, Jada and Will Smith. We are not. I am not a statistic. I'm not a tragic story. My father did not want me to be a tragic black story. He had...
Hey.
He was...
I taught her how to win.
He was horrible, cold, gone in the morning and silent at dinner, angry in the afternoon because a B is not an A and an A minus is not an A plus and good enough is not what you are.
I taught her how to win, how to not accept any answer except for the one she wanted in sports, in school, in life, because the world will tell you no and you'll have to fight to get a yes. I taught her how to fight so she could get her yes.
Twice as good. I have to be twice as good.
Imani will be.
Imani must be.
I have to be twice as good. I'm in college now. In only one of my economics classes is there another black girl. There are only 2 of us in my economics class. Only 2. The rest are white, and I am twice as good as them and 4 times as good as the black girl in my economics class.
It is the same for my husband.
There are some lessons you must be taught. And it is the parent's responsibility to be the teacher. I had no father, I had no mother. The world taught me my lessons. They were much harsher than the words that come out of my mouth that Imani hears.
I am good.
We did not have what Imani has, what we make sure Imani has.
If she were a boy, a black boy, a young black boy, I would have sat him down and told him not to look a white man in the eye long enough for them to call it assault, and not to stand next to a white woman long enough for them to call it rape, and all the other lessons a black man must learn, the lessons that I had to learn. But she's not a boy. She's a girl. She's a woman. She's a woman who will win, who will succeed and surpass. She's going out into the world better off than I did, than her mother ever did, than most black children ever do. Her finish line is much closer than ours. I made sure of it.
It's all competition. Dad said, do
not
go
go
into anything without knowing that you can win. I can win.
Do not regret putting my daughter ahead of everyone else. She will not have to catch up as I did.
Maybe we did not.
Of course I love
I will win.
my daughter.
Maybe we did not give her.
It's not wrong for me to love.
We did not know how to give her.
What she will become
All of our love.
more.
She is older now, and I am beginning to think, no. Stands here and wash dishes and cook food, and she has grown. She no longer counts the French at the table. She's no longer here. And I think that maybe Persian rugs and glass tables and chandeliers and money in your account and Ivy League college.
Because what she will become is great, better than what she is now. Not that what she is not good or great now, but in the future, she will be
Maybe that is not enough to know that you are loved.
better.
Because my mother did not have rugs or tables or any of that, any of this, and she was not able to give us any of this, and I still knew I was loved. I still felt her love, and I worry now. Now that I cannot hear her counting, now that I cannot look in her face. I worry that Imani does not know that she is loved.
I have to be
Good
enough and
Twice
twice as
as
good.
good.
I will not be a statistic.
Statistic.
I must win.
Win.
And this will not stop me from winning. It will not stop me from winning. I will not let it stop me from winning, from being good, from being Claire, Michelle, Jada. I will not let it stop me.
I hope that when she has a daughter,
I made a mistake.
I hope we did not make her unsure of how to love her daughter. Or any person.
It was the
That is a while for me.
first time.
There's still time.
It was the first time. It was my first time, and it was for me. Everything else I do for them, or to prove a point, or to win, or to succeed, not ever really for me. This was supposed to be for me. Supposed to be something good and secret and easy for me.
I can fix it later. There's still time.
No, I do not have any regrets. I cannot.
When I was younger, my mother stood in the kitchen, her back to me. My father smoked in his chair, and I counted at the table. All I knew was my mother's back. She did not hold me and wipe away any tears. All I knew was my father's disappointment. He yelled at me. He broke me down, then built me back up from those same broken pieces. He built me back up, but he never quite got the image right. The person he wanted. I'll be the person he wanted. I'll be the person a mother can turn around for.
She knows now.
The only time they loved me was when I won. When I brought home something good, something better, something great. They loved me when I was winning, so nothing will stop me from winning.
She knows how to fight, how to get her yes, not to accept the no. She will win for the rest of her life because she does not know any differently. I did not teach her differently. I taught her how to win.
If there is something in me, I will carve it out of me. Because I will not bring another Imani into a world where she will feel as if she is never, can never be good enough. And as long as she would stay inside me, she'd be good enough, she'd be perfect. But the moment she came out, she'd be less than. She'd have to become twice as good and count in French, learn Spanish, and sacrifice what she loves and what she wants for what she was taught to get. And I will not bring another Imani into the world, and I will not let another Imani hold me back from becoming what I am meant to be. I will cut her out like I cut everything else out.
If I were to have regrets, would all that have been for nothing? I'm not one to waste words or time, and I did not waste words or time with Imani. She knows now. I will not waste words or time on thinking about what I have already done. I cannot. I will not.
When I was young, I wanted to create. I wanted to make movies and novels and paintings. But that was not the image my parents made for me. So I'm in college now. I will become a lawyer and marry a black man and be Claire, Michelle, Jada. I sacrificed that and countless other things to become the winner I was meant to be, and I will not let anything stop me. And I am...
She knows I love her.
sorry.
She knows.
I'm so sorry.
She is very intelligent.
It'll break me. It'll shatter me more than anything or anyone ever did. It'll split me in two, but don't you know, don't you see, there's no room for you. And how could I? I wouldn't even begin to know how.
She does not need words.
I don't even love me. I can't love you.
To know that she is loved.
Oh, my boobies.
Hey y'all.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Hi.
Oh
So,
man.
What a fun day.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
We're getting close to the
It's been a
end.
really, really fun day.
I just want to say something about the play we just saw. That play really touches my heart, and I think it's beautiful writing, and I'm so glad we got to share it. I'm so glad we got to share a lot of the artwork and the poetry and the films and the politics and the music and everything that we got to put on for you guys today. So I'm glad for whoever's tuning in.
Yeah, it's also like on some actor shit.
Oh.
It was really nice to be able to like do that and to be able to like do table work and to be able to like it meant a lot to me. So that was very nice.
Yes.
Wholesome check.
Also, if we haven't already mentioned, we know that a lot of people's like Venmos and social media links
We
are
will be
not
adding-
available like directly in these screens, but they will be available down below.
Yes.
In the description.
We
So
will be
please.
adding that after this is done, because we just had to deal with a lot of like technical stuff earlier, and we just didn't have time, to be honest. But we will be putting that down there. So if you want to check out any of the actors, any of the people who worked on some of the films, or the photography, or the artwork, or the music, or the people in the band, like you'll be able to find their Instagrams and also their like Cash Apps or Venmos or PayPals, anything to just
Support
help
artists, right?
support them, honestly, because that's what we're trying to do with this. Like, we really need to be supporting BIPOC and multicultural and multi-ethnic like artists at this time.
Yes. With that being said,
Period. Our next, so this is like we're in the home stretch,
Yes,
and
we
as the
are.
music editor and I guess artistic baddie of Mixed Bag. That's my new name on the website, artistic baddie.
No.
Joanna Baddie. That was beat it so
Veto.
fast. Yeah.
No, I like
I'm
Baddie.
thank you for fighting for me. I'm so excited to introduce this next group of musicians. We have so many. We have 4 great people ready for you, but so Muriel, Fly on a Boss, and Yoshi. And Yoshi's next, and he has some people with him, so I'm going to shout them out. So thank you to Dylan Khan. He's playing the bass, and you will see him very soon. Elijah Judah, who plays everything else. Elijah's so incredibly talented, beautiful soul, beautiful person. And Dixie Duggan for filming, and also, Yoshi is also our music feature in issue 2 of Mixed Mag. So if you watch this, and feel the spiritual need to go read about him, which you probably will, you can. So on that
We
note,
also have Fly on the Boss and Muriel after him, so get ready for those.
Yeah.
Incredible artists.
Flyana Boss.
Flyana Boss from
an
LA. LA-based rap duo.
And Muriel was born in the Congo. No, born in Belgium. Moved to Maryland and Minnesota, but she comes from Congolese parents. So we have so many different
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's called Mixed Mag.
Where else have you seen this kind of shit before? Just gonna say that.
Nowhere.
I mean, I certainly haven't. So, all right, cool.
Tune
So
in,
we
y'all.
will see you guys soon.
Woo!
Oh.
What's up, y'all? Shouts out everybody watching. Enjoy this shit. Mix it up, I'm finna blow it up. Tall trees in the river, pull it up. Yeah, I like it a little spicy with the beans and brown rice. I'm a mama, chef it up. And nighttime dinner's what I'm made for. Right mind, state of mind, keep the claymores from blowing up. Yeah, blowing up. Got to cool it down. Got to cool it down. Yeah. Yeah, you told me cool it down for you. Yeah, you told me cool it down. Cool it down. Got to cool it down. You got to cool it down. Yeah, one more time. Cool it down. Got to cool it down. You got to cool it down. Yeah, you told me cool it down for the cool it down. Got to cool it down. You got to cool it down. Cool it down. So let me say, thank you From the bottom of my heart, don't know where I was when you found me to love, me to hold. Ease my soul, like my smoke, give me hope. Turn me over when you saw that I was drowning in the sand. Came to pick me up from Japan, the motherland. Now's the time more than ever, be a better man that I gotta be to repay my debt that I owe you. Cause closed eyes, closed fear, baby. Yeah, but holding back tears, baby. Yeah, I'll see you in the bottom cause I'm falling for the deep end. Yeah, but regret will be the only thing I'm missing, so you gotta stay.
Cool it down, got to cool it down. You got to cool it down.
Yeah, you told me you gotta cool it down. Gotta cool it down. Yeah. What's good? What's good? It's your boy Yoshi. It's the homie Dylan. We out here. It's the homie Elijah Judah on everything else. We out here. We out here. We out here. Everywhere. Check it all out. We out here about to play some mad new music. But right now, we're gonna play not new music. Let's go! She really wanna fight me. You know this one. I'm just looking for some white tees. Bounce, bounce, yeah. Bounce, bounce, yeah. Pulling up. Yeah, can't say I own shit in life. Yeah, ride around myself. Even feelings come and go with time. Yeah, so now just waiting for a surprise, but ain't my B-day. Still I walk around like give me something. I know hands that only lead to false shit. Indeed, truly, nothing still. I just want time, I just want peace. Wrapping my mind, get on my clean, both in my head, nothing to see. Fucking a beast, so never the case, yeah. Running, so never the case, yeah. Frontin' something, yeah, always the case. It seems catching myself every week, spraying away on my problems, hiding and grinding my teeth. Fuck up the school, then fuck up the scene. Keeping on goons in my lane, towing with notion of pain. Forming a school, might call out my name, saying the same. Yeah, running for my own. Owners in my home. Yeah. Kazi, everyone close. What you get from what you chose. Parties never your thing. Party for yourself. Yeah, sounds like my escape. Endless road, disperse into the ether as molecules coming and go. See me and Mr. Ant here, might as well call us a clone. Living for the sitting, a battlefield calling my home. Learning from looking at bones and learning from passing my home. Curving the flurry of people, giving intentions they don't got. Nothing to offer you, slow poke, you know, somewhere else in my face. We just on different tastes. I'ma just dance with my grace, like Maze, huh? Yeah, wait till I come down, yeah. Even feelings come and go with time. Yeah, so now just waiting for a surprise, but ain't my B-day. Still I walk around like give me something. I know hands that only lead to false shit. Indeed, truly, nothing still. Yes, sir. Next bar. Yeah, we keep going in this bitch, huh? Yeah. New shit. New shit. New shit, What? I just bought a key to the league, all dressed up like Stephen McQueen. And I I don't wanna dress this clean, but do anything for the birds and the bees, huh? And sometimes I could go too fast. Still young, not afraid of the crash. Let me ride your whip, won't dent it. But I break every rule in class, cause it's a special event. World going up, but we stuck in the beds, huh? And I ain't get to you yet. I shut shit down just to pull up with the next, huh? Time moves for me. Yeah, time figures for me. Yeah, time figures for me. Yeah, time figures for me, cause yeah, there's too much complications now. Yeah, there's too much complications for me. Yeah, there's too much complications for me. Yeah, I wanna know. Yeah, where the confirmation, where the confirmation? I don't want no complications, no complications. Yeah, let me get some confirmation, give me confirmation. I don't want no complications, cause let me say, I just want a key to the league, all dressed up like Steve McQueen. And I don't wanna dress this clean, but do anything for the birds and the bees, And sometimes I could go too fast, still young, not afraid of the crash. Let me ride your whip, won't dent it. I might break all the rules and, cause it's a special event. World going up, but we stuck in the bends, And I ain't get to you yet. I shut shit down just to pull up with the next, Time figures for me, yeah. Time figures for me, yeah. Time figures for me, yeah. Time. Yeah. Look out for that joint. We putting something out soon. We got y'all covered. But not yet. Shouts out everyone helping right now. Shouts out Mix Mag. Shouts out Mix Fest. Shouts out everybody performing. All beautiful. We out here making beautiful music for beautiful people. We out here. More release shit, new shit, Dying man. Bless you with a soul, yeah, I'm blessed with a coke. Yeah, east to the west, yeah, motherfucking coast, baby. We not there yet. Yeah, we just did that joint, but it's all good. We'll play that shit one more time for y'all fucking ears. Hey. New shit. Yeah. Too many alone, too many to hold. Picture of the day eternally in stone. Carpet of the trauma laid out on the floor. Vacuum all the dust till the stench is strong. Do I need a doctor? Asking about some meds, alleviate the pain. Haven't used my brain, all I need is head. But really ain't enough, said the therapist. Do I need a split? Look to anything just to go away. Look the minivan just to blow my face. Haven't used my brain every time, yeah, mama cracked me across the face. Yeah, still a dying man when you got away. Still a dying man when you gotta wake, yeah. But what am I to do, shit, what am I to do? What am I to do in this lonely lifetime? Feeling like a minute but a second's in a view. What am I to do? What am I to do? Let it rock. What am I to do in this lonely lifetime? Feeling like a minute but a second's in a view. Yeah. Yeah, what am I to do in this lonely lifetime? Feeling like a minute but a second's in a view. am I to do? What am I to do? What am I to do? Shouts out Mix Mag. Shouts out everybody helping us out. Dixie, Eli, Aston, Danny, Joe. Yeah. Oh, fuck. That shit tastes nasty. I never listen to you. Never listen to myself. I never listen to my body. Never listen for my health. Never again will I cut off my arms and legs for you. That's true. Yeah, fuck it. Cause I never listen to you. Never listen to myself. I never listen to my body. Never listen to my health. Never again would I. Lifestyles of the young. Who would've thought I would make it this far? Naive and my ignorance strong. Naive till my mind was numb. Yeah. OD till my mind it was numb. Shit. I got it in my palms. Yeah. Had to fly out. To my mom's. Yeah. I never. Yeah. One more time, I never run it back. I never listen to you. Never listen to myself. I never listen to my body. Never listen for my health. Never again would I cut off my arms and legs for you. That's true. Yeah, I never listen to you, never listen to myself, never listen to my body, never listen to my health. Dark nights of the young. Who would've thought I would make it this far? Naive and my ignorance strong. OD to my mind it was numb. Yes sir. Thank y'all for watching fucking this crazy shit. Y'all ain't ready for this shit. It's all good though. Shout out Mix Mag. Thank y'all for having us. This is a beautiful opportunity. Fucking more to come. Let's go. Elijah Judah, Dylan Khan, Gucci T, we out here. Check us out.
For you. Let's do it. What? How you feel? Wait, I'm sick of it. Get your man cause he acting like a sycophant. He kiss my feet, think my toes made of licorice. But first I'm sweet when I'm sour if you test me. Bite down if you wanna get the best me. Oh shit, he acting like I don't know shit. But I've been on game, bitch. You can't control me. I remind him of his favorite homie, so he tried to home me my mind. Look at the time, I'm about to dip on you, freak nasty. But you can't have this DR. You really think you could get one past me? Move back, shake ass, break it down, relax. Move back, shake ass, break it down, relax. I know my love is addictive, got you twisted like a Twizzler. Freaky dinky positions, are you with it? I feel stagnant, trying to break me off like a Kit Kat. Man, I make up for all the shit you lack. Tricks off for kids, I'm a whole snack. I'm a treat, I'm a meal, I'm a really big deal. My, look at the time. I'm about to dip on you, freak nasty. No, you can't have this. The audacity, really think you could get one past me? Move back, shake ass, break it down, relax. Move back, shake ass, break it down, relax. Move back, bitch. Get your man cause he acting like a savage. Give a fuck by the fake ass tragic. I don't give a fuck, bitch, I'm magic. If they say talking shit, I say move back. Give me 50 feet, move back. Your punchline's weak. What? Bitch, your breath stink. Move back, shake ass, break it down, relax. Move back,
guys. It's available on all streaming platforms. That is our third single.
Yes.
Third single. This is our next single coming out now. I hope y'all ready.
Okay, okay, no, I don't even wanna go. They say hate and penance here, bring it on, bitch, let's go. I ain't even tryna fight, talk my shit for the slight. These hits for the rocks I got. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. They say hate and penance here. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. These hits for the rocks I got. I'm so Jenny from the block. Who the fuck drinking my apple juice? I'm about to cop an attitude. I'm allergic like cashew. Nigga, hurt you. I gotta make a stack so I can buy myself some diamonds. I gotta get it back. Leave that other shit behind me. Find a chef, Boyardee. Bring me deep and cook for me. Then you leave by. It's okay to cry. Okay, oh, okay, no. I don't even wanna go. They say, hey, Panna, bring it on. What? I ain't even tryna fight. Talk my shit for the slight. These hands for the rocks I got. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. They say hate and Panettiere. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. These hands for the rocks I got. I'm so Jenny from the block. Wait, I ain't from the block, bitch, but you can kick rocks, bitch. No shit like a tablet. Swipe right, still can't have it. They reaching and trying, but I'm full. I am not buying. No, I stay minding my business. I stay moving and zipping. You can't sit with us wishing unless you play the position. Getting hot like a kitchen. Don't wanna go cause y'all tripping. Now stand up, stand up. Attend her. Get your head up. Okay, no, I don't even wanna go. They say hate and Panettiere. Bring it on, bitch, let's go. I ain't even tryna fight. Talk my shit for the slight. These hands for the rocks I got. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. They say hate and Panettiere. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. I'm so Jenny from the block. These hands for the rocks I got. I'm so Jenny from the block. Bitch, we're flying the boss. Thank you guys for tuning in. Follow us on all social media platforms. Stream our songs. Love you guys. Wash your hands.
Like, I don't want to be made to feel special if it's a fucking joke or if it's just for your own interest. Like, fuck you for that. Fuck you for that. And then you feel fucking delusional because, like, no one else was around for those moments. Except for the two of you, so then you just question everything.
We were children of the moon, with feelings just a bit too in tune with each other. I swore I cared and it's still true, but forced to let go when you left me for another.
Your mouth to feel everything. And I'm already not good at that. Like, that's why you don't let me in. It's because I have so much to deal with already. And he knew that.
You can't hold the person that you know they can be the person that they want to be. You're not delusional. Leaves you having to do everything yourself.
Wish I could call you, say what's up, how you feeling, yeah. But it don't seem like you would pick up. And I get it, I'm playing with fire. But the burn
gets me higher.
Higher. Ooh,
I wish I could call you, say I've left. I'm regretting it.
so
I'm regretting it
so much.
like regretting it.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm regretting it
so much.
I miss loving on you. Dramatic to call it grief, I know, but it left me sick. Two of us had so much potential. I'm too scared to let go of it. You my twin when you bugging. Feel like I saw my reflection in you, all the good and the bad and the ugly. You're scary when you see truth. I'm regretting it
So much.
like regretting it.
Oh,
Hey, I'm regretting it so much. I miss loving on the world. 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 Achilles heel, did you feel my weakness? Can't put you to the deep. Got me fighting for air. You swore that you cared, but you took on my oxygen. Nothing seems clear anymore.
So much.
No, 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 eh. Cold blood.
So much. I miss loving on you. I miss
I
loving
miss
on
loving on you.
I miss loving.
I miss loving on you.
I miss loving on you. I miss loving on you.
Almost made you love me. Almost made you cry. Almost made you happy, baby. Didn't I? Didn't I? You almost had me thinking you would turn around. But everybody knows almost doesn't count. Almost heard you saying you were finally free. What was always missing for you, babe? You found it in me. But you can't get to heaven half off the ground. No, everybody knows almost doesn't count. Yeah. I can't keep on loving you 1 foot outside the door. I hear a funny hesitation of a heart that's never really sure. Can't keep on trying if you're looking for more than all that I could give you and what you came here for. No.
Sing it with me now. Hey,
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 hey, hey. I ain't been too sweet to you. Said things I ain't mean to you.
'Cause you had me on my mind.
Had me losing sleep for you. Too much pride to bleed for you. Now it feel like I'm the weak one.
How could I be blind?
Thought our bond was deep, yeah.
Now my chest is tight, can't find the words to speak my mind. No one to save me. I'm fine. Say my prayers and close my eyes.
So baby, when I get over ya, oh, when I get over ya, I'll be able to breathe, able to see. There ain't no love lost. And when I get over ya, oh, when I get over ya, I'ma start myself clean all over me. There ain't no love lost. When tell me never ever liked me. Did you forget you said you never ever hurt me? Anything I get inside my Gucci, ooh, now my chest is tight, can't for words to speak my mind. You couldn't claim me, I'm fine. Say my prayers and close my eyes. So baby, when I get over ya, oh, when I over ya, I'll be able to breathe, able to see there ain't no love lost. And when I get over ya, I get over ya, I'ma start myself clean all over me. There ain't no love lost. I'm over ya. Hey, hey, hey. Lump in my throat, but I'll be fine. I like my whiskey with some gin. While I'm at it sipping, I just think it's kinda funny. You pretend that you ain't want me like my love with some honesty. When I give you licky, that's the only thing that's sticky. I ain't here for risky business like. I'ma tell you this for the free. I'm real hard to forget about. I'm a little cutie with a fatty. Drip too hard and around my mouth. So when you get on my name, know real well who you talking about. Baby, you been running, yeah. Energy stretch, had to cut you. I'ma always be a what if. You coulda had, you coulda had like all this. I told you from the jump, I ain't gon' be nobody's booty call for none. Don't act surprised. I'ma always be a what if. You coulda had, you coulda had like all this. Alright, I told you from the jump, I ain't gon' be up in your motherfucking lineup. Does your girl know you hit my line? Keeping up with my stories, know you wanna hit reply. Maybe we left me lonely. Payback's a bitch and karma's a sister. Let me talk my shit while sipping this liquor. I'ma tell you this for the free. Don't tell how I is. I'm a little cutie with a game so slick and I play quick. So when you speaking on my name, no real well who can. I'ma always be a what if. You did you had like all this. I told from the jump, I ain't gon' be nobody's booty for none. I'ma always be a what if. You coulda had, you coulda had like all this. I told you from jump, I ain't up in your motherfucking up and I'ma always be what if. You coulda had, you coulda had like all this. I told you from the jump, I ain't gon' be nobody's booty call for none. Don't act surprised. I'ma always be a what if I might. Said I coulda gon' change your damn life. Hey, I ain't gon' be up in your motherfucking lineup. And I ain't mess with me once, don't test your luck. Have you calling your niggas like was she the one? Mess with me once, don't test your luck. Have you calling your niggas like was she the one? Mess with me once, I'll have you calling your niggas. Mess with me once, yeah, just my luck. Have me calling my sisters like was he the one? Can't sleep. Like your mother. Like your mother. Like your mother. Like your mother. Swear I like your mother. Like your mother. Like your mother. Swear I. What you think about when you ain't got distractions? What keep you up at night while everybody's sleeping? I be thinking about if what we had was something real, yeah. Or Just another on my list of memories to keep still. So we'll call it a fling, a fling. It was just a little something to keep us busy. Say that it was low key, low key. There were never any feelings to begin with. But I gotta be honest, love very many who get me like you do. It don't happen often, love. So let's make a promise. We could go where we left off. I'll be waiting just for you with tequila on the counter and some incense in my room. Boy, yes, and distance really do be making hearts go fonder. Don't you want joy? 'Cause when you were here, defense mechanisms made me push you further. Like a twin for your soul. Did you mean it when you said it felt like we grew closer? Did you lie? 'Cause you made it clear, crystal blue clear, you ain't want me either. Tell me why. So we'll call it a fling, a fling. Don't you worry, I'll be sure that I'll keep my distance. Say that it was low key, low key, but there might have been some. So I gotta be honest, love, there ain't many who get me like you do. It don't happen often, love. So when you're ready for something new, we could pick up where we left off. I'll be waiting just for you with tequila on the counter and some incense in my room. Said we could pick up where we left off. I'll be waiting just for you with some red wine in a mug. I'll light that candle in my room. So when you're ready, make you my boo. Oh, make you mine.
I bought you a journal I never got to give to you. Thought it would help. And I never got to tell you. I did like you.
We are muted.
Hi, so I realized we're completely muted. We were completely muted as we said that. I am so fucking sorry. That is hilarious.
Oh wow.
We really tried. We really tried. But anyway, as I was saying, this was a beautiful event. We thank all the artists, and we hope to continue to do this in the future. But
Continue to support us.
We can only
Share
continue
our
to do that
crowdfund.
if you support, share, love, and
donate.
Just tell your friends about us. Like,
And
this is
support
the
all the
time.
incredible artists
Yeah.
that perform tonight as well. Like
Yes.
we said, we are dropping down their information in our description after tonight. So please come back, take a look, support them, follow them, Venmo them, appreciate them, love them. Love them!
This
And
is
on
the
that
time.
note, this is the not muted. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the time to love BIPOC artists, multicultural artists, multi-ethnic artists.
Yes.
This is the time, if not always, actually. There's always the time to love us.
Love
and
someone's
respect.
art and not just their trauma.
Exactly.
And
support them.
Support
them.
With that being said, I already popped the cork. Thank you so much for joining our festival. And now our very last act, DJ Batiga.
Yes!
Hi. I'm really awkward, so I'm just gonna kick it off.
Shout out to our DC team. I love my sister. And Tayo.
We ready?
We ready.
Period.
You go, babe.
Hey, baby!
A bunch of people next to me going, you're muted.
Giving out to them that blackness, that black power, that black pushing them to identify with black culture. I think that's what you're asking. If I have no choice in the first place, to me, we are the most beautiful creatures in the whole world. Black people. I mean that in every sense, outside and inside. And to me, we have a culture that is surpassed by no other civilization. We don't know anything about it. So again, I think I've said this before in the same interview. I think sometime before. My job is to somehow make them curious enough, or persuade them by hook or crook to get more aware of themselves and where they came from and what they are into and what is already there, just to bring it out. This is what compels me to compel them. And I will do it by whatever means necessary. When I'm finished working, as tired as I am, but when there are kids who come backstage who want to talk or moved to the point sometimes they move to tears, I want to know about it, shake my hand, kiss me, they want to talk about it. I find the time to do so as much as I can. I discourage
Ratchy, how they see me, that's a ring. Vacate, cops on my watch. Ship got one open pop, pop, keep sliding, sight is pussy. I bet you I'll make you nut. Take up, drink lunch. I still take some broken cup. This for my New York Ricans. This for my New York bitches. Them Spanish Harlem bitches. That Gucci daughter make them ballers look they up was slipping. Y'all bitches all been drifting. Y'all be retarded stripping. Here nigga, I need this fucking money. Fuck with you, talking bad. Fuck with you, talking bad. You better watch your mouth. Y'all niggas out of clap. Bring some paper around the clap. Y'all niggas ain't got no clap. Y'all niggas ain't got no rap. Take your pound for pound. I could take your pound for pound. Paper pack it down. Take the ship it out of town. superstar. Niggas ain't what I wanna try. I send you what you got. Hit you in your broken pie. Confuse a joker child. Niggas think they gonna do the lie. I get you go to die.
Push me, and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
Push me, and then just hurt me till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
I love this song. Oh. Jamaica. Jamaica. 104.4, bitch. Mix fest right here. We worked hard for this shit.
Push. 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 Push.
Push me, and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
Be my flag, flag. 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 Be my flag, flag.
consumed in the movie music.
Mixed Bag. From Mixed Bag with Love.
From Mixed Bag with Love.
Period.